So they went, what's he got? What are they doing? I can't see. Killed me today.
Some type of a train derailment.
Good morning, everyone. Pilar Arias here with News Now, which is a part of Fox10Phoenix.com. I have to be kind of quiet because Ron Hoon is live on AZAM right now, pretty close to the set. But I do have Rick Davis dialed in. He is at the scene here of this train incident. Rick, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, Pilar, I hear you just fine. What we're looking at here is, well, the road shut down 24th Street at Air Lane, which is right by Sky Harbor Airport on the west side. So anybody traveling or trying to get to the airport, they're not going to be able to use 24th Street. There's a hard closure. Phoenix Police has shut it down. What we're hearing unofficially is that there's some type of a derailment with one of the trains that was going into the yard. The yard is actually at 7th Street and Jefferson, so that's a long stretch, and we're still trying to figure out more details as this evolves.
Rick, normally on a regular business day, not the day after Christmas, is this roadway, this area, a lot more busy, would you say?
Absolutely, yeah. This is the main road that people would take to get north and south if you want to get on 24th Street to get over into South Phoenix across the riverbed, or north into Phoenix if you're going into work, and actually you can use it to beat some of the traffic on the Interstate 10 and I-17. So, you know, as you can see, that train's not going anywhere, and it's been like this for a while. Phoenix PD had to come in and do a hard closure, what they call it, where they've shut down 24th Street north and south going into the airport, and then there is access to Air Lane if you're coming in from the south to go east, and you can get around this. I looked at the train tracks, and it actually stops right before 32nd Street, so you can go down to 32nd Street and head north, but you just obviously can't go north and south from 24th Street here.
Rick, are we seeing anything or hearing anything about any sort of hazardous chemicals or materials that may have spilled as a result of this?
Wow, you know, that is a good question. I don't know because, like I said, I cannot see where the train is that either derailed or partially derailed. It's on the track, and it's close to the track yard, which is not visible from where I'm at. But I believe that they have this under control. I think they've just dealing with the tracks right here for people trying to travel north and south on 24th Street.
All right, our very own Rick Davis live there on the scene. Thanks so much. We appreciate it.
Yes.
It's not there. It's like Barry, right? You didn't know she like Barry.
that there were some, just based on information I've gotten and some of the reports I've read, that were in their homes and heard, an unusual noise and then, saw the flames, but I don't know how many and who they were.
This might be a question for Chief Beckler, but do we know if those homes, that specifically the two that were significantly damaged, will they be livable again?
Yeah, I believe those two structures will be livable again. They'll definitely take some reconstruction, but they will be livable.
Is there any concern for any of the other homes that might have felt shaking or something like that during the impact?
I don't believe so at this time. But I can't really answer that one, to be honest with you.
How do you respond to a fire at a plane crash? And what kind of specific challenges does that present?
Well, initially on this one, there was a lot of flame. You're dealing with the fuel load. So initially, we respond like we do to any other fire. It comes in as a full fire alarm. We respond and take care of whatever fire we can right offhand. And then from there, like in an instance like this, it goes into scene preservation and control.
The fire was out relatively quickly.
Yep.
What do you attribute that to?
Well, it happened actually close to one of our stations, not too far away, so they were able to arrive on scene fairly quick and get a knockdown on the fire fairly quick. So it was within the first 10 minutes or so that the fire was knocked down.
Any concerns about like an explosion or anything like that on board, anything like that?
I can't answer that one right offhand.
Well, this is a different fire than most of the fires that you guys fight. Usually, it's a structure. Did you guys know that you were called on that? Or did you knew when you rolled up on it, okay, we got something a little different from most fires that we deal with?
Oh, definitely. When they rolled up on scene, they realized it was different than most others. But it all falls into the same tactics and specialties that we work within, and just go in and start knocking down the fire and preserving the scene.
Are you guys surprised that only 2 people died in this crash and no one else in the neighborhood was injured in spite of the crash?
Well, as I said earlier, we are all pretty lucky in the respect that no homes were directly impacted, but there was some damage, and it was a sad situation.
How long was Sioux Falls Fire Rescue on scene?
I believe we've had crew on scene overnight along with PD. The primary thing that we're there for is fire watch to make sure nothing flares up again on the homes that were affected.
You concerned about too many looky-loos coming up there or anything like that might contaminate the...
Well, I think that's the primary thing the PD's taking care of, is the cordoning off the area so that it is safe. Thank you.
All right. I have one other thing here real quick. I'm going to release the name of the victim of our car pedestrian crash. And he is last of Cogshell, Cogshell. And apparently, I think it's Lugene, Lugene. And he is a 68-year-old male from Sioux Falls. The driver of the 2011 Chevy pickup is a 75-year-old Sioux Falls resident, and the investigation is still ongoing in this case, but at this point it does not look like speed or alcohol were factors regarding the driver. There was one cite issued to him for no proof of insurance in the vehicle, and that can mean a couple of different things. It can mean that there was just no card in the vehicle that verified they had insurance, or it could mean he didn't have insurance at all. I just don't know which one it is, but that's the only citation so far in this particular case.
Couple minutes till showtime, everyone. So I'm going to show you beautiful Phoenix, Arizona, because that's where we're at. And if you're in AZ, please join us, Channel 45, Cable 9. If not, you can say right here, please like, share, and subscribe. We'd appreciate it. They're moving the tower cam on us. I wonder where they're looking. All right, we'll start the show in Flagstaff instead. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to News Now, this Wednesday edition, the day after Christmas. It's December 26th, and we are starting the show a little bit of a cooler elevation. The snow looks like it might be melting off those trees there in Flagstaff, Arizona. Still such a beautiful sight this time of year. They had a white Christmas up there, so to speak. I'm currently joined by Ron Hoon. Ron, hi.
Hi. Yeah, you had to wait till late in the day to get it, that's for sure. But sure enough, the snow came to northern Arizona, so for folks up that way, pretty cool to see pictures like that even the day after Christmas. And as I always tell people when they're moving here from other places, especially cold weather places, I say we can get some snow in Arizona. It definitely happens, but within usually a day the sun is back out and shining and the snow melts away, and it's not like you're living in the Dakotas and you're gonna have to deal with the cold temps and the snow on the ground for sometimes weeks and weeks at a time.
Let's take a look at traffic too. A little bit different situation than yesterday. A lot of people back to work.
I know. I actually had my daughter and her husband in town. I had to run them to the airport yesterday, so I was so curious to see if it was going to be like a ghost town, because you would think on Christmas Day itself not a lot of people would travel. Matter of fact, Pilar, I saw a picture of a traffic cam that they have set up at the entrance to LAX this morning.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I mean, seriously, you're going to have people who are going to miss flights because unless they just get out of their car and start running, because it looked to me like you could be stuck in a line just to drop off somebody at the airport for an extra, I'm guessing here, but 30 to 45 minutes of just that much extra time just sitting stuck in traffic. So at least here in the Valley, it's not that bad. And I was just a little bit surprised that the airport on Christmas Day was as busy as it was. Everything was moving, but it was hopping.
Ron, you want to know the trick? I know everybody likes the last minute hug right before somebody walks into the airport, but the trick is drop them off at the light rail station. They can take the SkyTrain over. Then you can avoid the traffic.
Do you do that sometimes?
Yes.
Okay.
And I take the light rail to the airport to leave.
And then you don't feel the glare of the eyes of other drivers on you because you're just trying to get a quick goodbye hug.
Yes, right?
You can the hugs can last 2 minutes if you want them to over at the light rail station.
There you go. As long as you want long hugs.
I will tell you one great thing about that is, I mean, let's face it, it's getting more and more expensive to park your car at the airport.
Yes.
And on 2 or 3 different occasions, I have left a car like here at the station parking lot. I guess I'm trying to remember where else. I guess just here at work. If it's like for a quick weekend, and then when I get home on a Sunday, and it's so simple to hop that SkyTrain. It goes right over to the light rail. You walk down. It's a little escalator there. You walk down, and usually within 5 minutes, there's a light rail there to pick you up and run you either all the way out east to Mesa or all the way west into downtown Phoenix and beyond. It really is a great way to go, and you can sure save you a lot of money on the parking.
Yeah, time, money, everything.
Yes.
Light rail ticket is like, what, $2?
Yep. Yes, it is.
All right, Ron, we have some very serious news to get caught up with this morning. This first video out of the border area, New Mexico, matter of fact. Turns out immigration agents keeping a closer eye on children in their custody following the death of an 8-year-old boy from Guatemala.
Yeah, it's sad because this is the second incident, both of them coincidentally and ironically involving 8-year-olds that have died as a result of entering the country. You've got the whole issue of family separation that created headlines for months, and then it's just heartbreaking to hear that in 2 cases now you have youngsters who apparently needed more medical care or attention than they were getting. Now, my understanding in this report was that the parents, or maybe it was the dad, got the child in for some sort of medical care, and that they were prescribed some medication, and then hours after that was when the child died. But nevertheless, they're going to take a good hard look at what their procedures are and figure out why this is happening and what needs to be done so it doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah, officials at the U.S. CBP announcing a list of new policies just last night on Christmas, which includes conducting medical checks on any minors in their custody, particularly focusing on children under the age of 10. So, and you were speaking about Felipe Gomez Alonso, who was in custody, passed away after making multiple trips to the hospital in New Mexico. He was originally treated for a fever and a cold before being discharged, but then returned to the hospital hours later with nausea and vomiting before he died suddenly in the early morning hours. So they're saying the cause of death is currently unknown at this time, but we're going to continue to follow this story very closely, the border battle, and just, one of the reasons that the president is saying a border wall is needed. So.
Yeah. And we'll see how things go on that. I mean, you have Nancy Pelosi now just kind of openly mocking him, giving an interview over Christmas, saying, well, now what is next? What does he want, a beaded curtain? It kind of, in her own, offbeat way, I think tries to minimalize all of the issues that are happening at the border. But, the optics would have been really bad if the president had said, we're shutting down the government, but I'm going to Florida to play golf. He stayed there
in the White House,
and he's still there, and he wants some kind of a deal to come together. The thing is, keep in mind, this is a guy who wrote a book 20 years ago when he first burst on the national scene called The Art of the Deal. And while he's asking for $5 billion, I would bet you that if he can get the Democrats to meet him halfway, we could get this showdown over with, and get a large part of the funding that he wants taken care of. Right now, not much movement.
That's a perfect segue. We're taking a live look at Capitol Hill, and it appears, Ron, that if there is no compromise soon, they're supposed to meet again tomorrow, Congress, that the new members coming in that were just elected are going to have to deal with this.
Yeah. Well, good luck with that, because it's going to be more left-leaning than it was before, obviously. I mean, the Democrats picking up a good-sized majority and really not showing any kind of inclination in the House at all to want to work with the president. Matter of fact, it's going to be different from that. It'll be interesting to see which will be the first chairman of which committee in the House to start issuing subpoenas for the White House for various things they want to investigate the president for. So if he thinks that he didn't get a lot of cooperation from this past Congress, he's going to get less in the coming Congress. So, I mean, you do understand from the standpoint of, is he ever going to get the funding for the wall, which he says, call it a wall, call it a fence, I'll call it whatever you want. There has to be an actual physical barrier being constructed. Now, I don't know if you've traveled down to, say, the very southern part of Arizona, south of Sierra Vista, kind of between that area and Bisbee. But when I was down there a few years ago, I saw I don't know if decorative is the right word you want to use for the fence, but it has the slats so that agents on this side of the border can look and see what's going on the other side of the border, which was one of the real concerns about the proposal right from the start of a possible concrete type wall. I don't think that's ever going to be what they ultimately settle on. But they do have hundreds of miles of fencing that's already up, and the president wants to extend it. Will the Democrats meet him even halfway, if not a third of the way? We'll find out.
Yeah, and then this morning I heard that the president's going to be traveling to the border in Texas to take a look at how things are currently going.
Well, he said that they were able to find enough funding through current mechanisms to build some fencing along the Mexican-American border in Texas. And that I think he referred to it as kind of a groundbreaking, sort of a groundbreaking, as that portion gets underway. So I do feel like he senses that they're making a little bit of progress, but boy, man, did he get the blowback from Rush Limbaugh, from Ann Coulter, and from others saying, look, I mean, it's now or never. You're going to have to take a stand on this, and it looks like that really cut through to him, and we'll see.
You mentioned the working holiday break.
Yeah.
I heard he said he had remarks in the Oval Office yesterday.
Yes, right.
Right before doing a video conference with troops. And, you know, he said, I've been speaking with federal agents, and they say that they're in support of this wall or this barrier or this border as well, physical barrier. So.
Yeah. Well, it is true that in the previous years before he took office, we had some stories about the overall morale of a lot of Border Patrol agents dropping, not feeling as though they were getting much, say, backstop from the White House in the previous years. So, I mean, the president is clearly making this a top issue. He made it during the 2016 campaign, and people have a long memory. And now we live in the video age where even if you don't have a long memory, video exists, and it was too big of a part of his run for office for him not to try to push every button to try to make it happen.
Right, absolutely. And speaking about, you know, upcoming changes here in Congress, we're hearing a new report this morning. Democrats are aiming to bring big government programs to the floor vote with the 2019 House takeover.
Oh, is that right? Are they saying what some of them are?
Yeah, expect to hear the words free, guaranteed,
okay,
and for all, a whole lot more in the new year as they prepare an arsenal of big government bills that could actually see a floor vote once they take control of the House.
Really? All right. So we'll see what is in store for that. You know, it's anytime they always say elections have consequences, and anytime there's a major shift in power, like we saw 2 years ago, 2016, when the Republicans took both houses of Congress and the presidency, you know, there are checks and balances and pushback, but new people coming in, even though Republicans do control the Senate, and we're headed for a fair amount of gridlock, you would think that the Democrats are going to come up with at least a few programs that they think they can get through, at least in those first few months, in sort of the afterglow of the election, to actually be able to show to the voters that they were able to get in there and accomplish something. Because they got to have more when they roll out their campaigns in 2020 than we investigated the president even more than the last Congress. They got to have more than that.
Yeah, Representative Bonnie Watson Coleman from New Jersey said, quote, "There are dozens of measures like this," she was referring to Medicare for All, "that have been languishing with Republicans at the helm for years, and I expect to see many of them finally come to the floor under Democratic leadership," end quote. So we could be in for an interesting upcoming year. We're going to be keeping all eyes on Capitol Hill, to say the least.
Well, I mean, Medicare for All is certainly a bigger government alternative to what originally was put out there with Obamacare, which slowly has kind of been gutted and feels like it's kind of fading away due to a number of court decisions and even some action by Congress. So, you know, it'll be interesting. I often wonder, Pilar, if it had been Bernie Sanders against Donald Trump in 2016, people were ready for change. That was a huge reason of why I think Hillary Clinton was not actually elected president. People wanted somebody new. And she kind of represented the old guard and the old way of doing business. And Donald Trump, even though he didn't have any experience in government, people were willing to take a chance on him. I wonder if it had been Bernie Sanders, if he would have given Donald Trump a better run for his money when it comes to that past election. I know Bernie Sanders is one of the top names that you hear being tossed about, and I think he is going to run for president again in 2020. And it's fascinating to me that age, I think it's cool. Age is like no longer an issue.
Right.
I remember when Ronald Reagan ran for president, he was 69 years old, and people were like, "Are you kidding me? We cannot elect somebody who's in their late 60s to the presidency." Well, here comes Donald Trump, who gets elected and into office at the age of 70, and you just don't hear it being talked about anymore. You'd have Bernie Sanders, who, what would he be by the time 2020 rolls around? He'd be at least mid-70s, if not later 70s. And I think he's got to be considered one of the top contenders. Joe Biden, same situation, you know, but the thing is, age is just a number. And these guys appear to be quite vigorous out on the campaign trail and everything else. Honestly, I know some people are dreading politics already getting going, but we are a matter, literally, Pilar, I think of probably 2 or 3 weeks away from the top candidates coming out and announcing, yes, I will run, or no, I won't run for the Democrats, and I can't wait.
Yep. One quick look at the stock market. Big board, Dow Jones Industrial, taking a huge jump since we first started the show here in the last few minutes.
This has been one of the craziest days, Pilar. I know you've been watching it too. But so we opened up with a 200-point gain, and then you see the red there. There was a time that we were down about almost 100 points within the next couple of hours. Well, now it's zigzagged all the way back up into positive territory, and just your timing is perfect. It's now up over 500 points, 512. When it gets this extreme, you can almost let yourself understand that it's the computers that are taking over the trading. This is the kind of stuff that sort of makes people crazy. They're like, wait, were things so bad on Monday that the stock market had to go down 600 points, and now, 48 hours later, they're so good that it's going to be up 500 points?
There's so much uncertainty.
There's so much uncertainty, and there's so much computer trading, and you just have to take a bigger step back and say, over the long haul, generally, it's it has a pretty good track record. But as in terms of what happens by the end of the day today, we could be up 1,000 points or down 1,000 points. Who knows?
Nail biter. We don't know.
Yeah.
All right, one more top story while I have you, Ron. You talked about this on AZAM, this horrific video coming out of the East Coast.
Yeah.
We learned 4 people are dead after this car crash on the Golden State Parkway in Ocean County, New Jersey. You
know, it's Christmas night going into the morning after. And you just know the roadways are filled with families. There were 4 people in this car, and everybody was killed. They got out there fast out in that area around the New Jersey Turnpike to try to save lives. That's the whole reason these first responders get out there as fast as they do, but they couldn't save any lives. As a result, we don't know the particulars yet, but you dovetail this with the other story of a fellow who was piloting a small plane on Christmas Day. You got to believe somehow that's related to family and holidays, etc., up in the Dakotas in Sioux City or in Sioux Falls.
We'll have that update as well in a little bit.
Yeah, you know, and the plane crashed. crashes in between two homes just as people are sitting down to their Christmas dinner. When these kinds of things happen and families are impacted by a loved one dying, the holidays are never the same.
Right.
It's really sad.
All right, Ron, thanks so much for joining us. More News Now is just moments away. Welcome back to News Now, everyone. We are live in New York City, Times Square, where plenty of tourists and locals alike are getting some shopping and some sightseeing done. No snow, though. None of that wet stuff out there. It actually looks like quite a nice day if you can deal with the cold and you can bundle up nicely out there. Well, again, my name is Pilar Arias. I'm your host of News Now for the day. If you didn't know, News Now actually starts streaming on YouTube an hour before showtime right here on Fox 10 Extra. So our very own Rick Davis was on 24th Street and Air Lane, pretty close to the airport, talking about a train derailment. Let's get the latest from the scene.
What we're looking at here is well, the road shut down 24th Street at Air Lane, which is right by Sky Harbor Airport on the west side. So anybody traveling or trying to get to the airport, they're not going to be able to use 24th Street. There's a hard closure. Phoenix Police has shut it down. What we're hearing unofficially is that there's some type of a derailment with one of the trains that was going into the yard. The yard is actually at 7th Street and Jefferson, so that's a long stretch, and we're still trying to figure out more details as this evolves.
Rick, normally on a regular business day, not the day after Christmas, is this roadway, this area, a lot more busy, would you say?
Absolutely, yeah. This is the main road that people would take to get north and south if you want to get on 24th Street to get over into South Phoenix across the riverbed, or north into Phoenix if you're going into work, and actually you can use it to beat some of the traffic on the Interstate 10 and I-17. So, you know, as you can see, that train's not going anywhere, and it's been like this for a while. Phoenix PD had to come in and do a hard closure, what they call it, where they've shut down 24th Street north and south going into the airport, and then there is access to Air Lane if you're coming in from the south to go east, and you can get around this. I looked at the train tracks, and it actually stops right before 32nd Street, so you can go down to 32nd Street and head north, but you just obviously can't go north north and south from 24th Street here.
Rick, are we seeing anything or hearing anything about any sort of hazardous chemicals or materials that may have spilled as a result of this?
Wow, that is a good question. I don't know because, like I said, I cannot see where the train is that either derailed or partially derailed. It's on the track and it's close to the track yard, which is not visible from where I'm at. But I believe that they have this under control. I think they've just dealing with the tracks right here for people trying to travel north and south on 24th Street.
All right, our very own Rick Davis live there on the scene. Thanks so much. We appreciate it. All right, again, that was Rick Davis just moments ago. On the News Now stream, you can always find us by going to fox10phoenix.com. Okay, there appears to be no end in sight for the partial government shutdown that began last week. President Trump is holding out for $5 billion in border wall funding. Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader reporting from Washington, telling us both sides are digging in.
Well, this partial government shutdown really begins in earnest today. This is the first full business day since this whole impasse began.
We love what you do. We love your work. You're amazing people.
President Trump spent part of his Christmas Day in the Oval Office, making phone calls, thanking service members. But just down the road, Capitol Hill is a pretty quiet place, and it's not clear that negotiations to end a partial government shutdown are going much of anywhere.
I can't tell you when the government's going to be open. I can tell you it's not going to be open until we have a wall, a fence, whatever they'd like to call it. I'll call it whatever they want.
The president said he would travel to the border next month to attend a groundbreaking for new unspecified wall construction, but it will fall well short of the $5 billion project he envisions. Democratic leaders Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer have held firm, blaming the shutdown on the president. Both sides are playing to their very vocal bases.
The shutdown actually plays into their interest at this point. It shows that they are not willing to capitulate, whether it is they're not willing to capitulate in order to get a wall, or in the case of Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer, not willing to capitulate in order to give a wall. But it doesn't matter at this point. Actually, the shutdown works in the political interest of both sides.
Now, these shutdowns really hinge on public opinion and which side ends up shouldering most of the blame, but the administration has a lot of leeway in terms of how this whole thing plays out. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Washington is bracing for a big change. Democrats are about to take over the U.S. House, and as Doug Luzader reports from Washington, the new speaker will have his, or more likely her, hands full.
Thank you for everything. God bless America.
He is all but gone. Speaker of the House Paul Ryan with a farewell ahead of a new Congress next year and a new House under Democratic control. So what do former speakers of the House do? Just ask John Boehner, who doesn't seem particularly stressed these days. He had a great summer, he proclaims on Twitter. He's also clearly indulging in a favorite pastime, showing off a glass of Merlot, no doubt, with a Florida sunset in the background. And the truth is that both of these guys are probably thrilled to be removed now from the day-to-day combat here on Capitol Hill, because so much around here has changed.
I have overwhelming support in my caucus to be Speaker of the House.
Democrat Nancy Pelosi is poised to once again claim the Speaker's gavel, but her return will not be easy. Just as Paul Ryan had to deal with the Trump wing, Pelosi will have to contend with a growing contingent of progressives who won't be easily cowed. Think of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the liberal darling who, after being elected last month, joined a political protest against Pelosi over climate change.
I think the American people recognize.
For her part, though, Pelosi won plaudits from many in her party when she went toe-to-toe with President Trump recently in the Oval Office. But the real challenge will come from within her own party. And navigating that road is never easy. Just ask John Boehner. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, Doug, thanks so much for that double duty. Well, shots rang out at two malls during the last-minute Christmas Eve shopping rush. Witnesses say it was chaos as the gunfire sent shoppers running. Fox's Jane Metzler has the details.
A pair of shootings at packed malls on Christmas Eve. Shoppers at Louisiana Acadiana Mall say gunfire rang out near the food court.
Everyone just started running. It was like a stampede. I got pushed. People were just shoving.
A 17-year-old male was injured. Police are now looking for the gunman and trying to determine what led to the shooting.
I mean, it's Christmas Eve. Like, everyone's shopping for their family, last minute Christmas, and you're just like, what? Why today out of all days?
There was a second incident of Christmas Eve gunfire at a shopping center, this one in Florida. Officials in Palm Beach County had information someone wanted and an attempted murder was at the Wellington Mall. He wasn't alone, and they tried to apprehend the pair outside a mall entrance, but one of them fired at police, striking and killing a canine officer.
He's firing back at the deputies. The deputies returned fire and was able to render him down onto the ground.
The sheriff says the 3-year-old German Shepherd was still able to get the suspect even after being shot.
He did his job and saved those deputies' lives.
That suspect was taken to the hospital. A second person did surrender and is in custody. Store owner Naveen Mata says the gunfire sent terrified shoppers running for their back room.
Security guy, he said, like, close the gate, nobody in and nobody out.
Florida police say one of the suspects is a known gang member with the Latin Kings and is now off the streets. Jane Metzler, Fox News.
Well, there's not much time left to benefit from this year's tax deductions if you're considering donating to charity. But if you're planning to give, authorities are warning that scam artists are stepping up efforts this holiday season too. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard has more on what you need to know.
From the Northeast's bomb cyclone to California's latest wildfires, 2018 brought disaster from start to finish, one coast to the other. Hurricane Florence dumping on the Carolinas, Hurricane Michael wreaking havoc on the Florida Panhandle, and most recently, the massive earthquake that rattled Alaska. The needs this year are great, but this holiday season, state and federal authorities are warning that lending a helping hand has its risks.
A couple threats. First and foremost, if you give to a sham organization, that money that you were trying to donate to help somebody or something, whatever it was, it's gone.
He's talking about scammers, fake charities attempting to take your money and not help a legitimate cause.
It scares people away from wanting to give.
I think you're more inclined to give in a face-to-face situation just because, there's more of a personal connection.
If you know it's legit.
Yeah.
Nick and Kelly Coots say they're more wary about donating, having experienced scammers after disasters firsthand.
These things pop up. Oh, yeah, don't give to whoever because there was an earthquake in Indonesia or whatever.
Tips for giving during the end of the year include asking questions, being suspicious of charities that won't give answers, getting an invoice or statement, and doing your homework on the organization before you give.
You want to give something to something you're passionate about and that you want to help. But you want to make sure you pick the organization carefully.
Prepaid debit cards are a relatively new favorite for scammers. Donors are asked to buy the cards at the store, load them with money, and then share the card number over the phone, giving scammers access to the cash right away without giving you the ability to trace who they really are. If you spot a scam or believe you may have been a target, the Federal Trade Commission asks you report it right away. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, Lauren, thanks so much for all that great advice there. Well, we're switching gears now to some lighter, happier holiday news. Santa hopped off his sleigh and picked up a surfboard as hundreds dressed like the man in red rode the waves in Florida. Fox's Laura Greenberg has the story.
Be merry and bright. Because Santa is so busy flying around the world, some Santa lookalikes decided to take on the seas here in Cocoa Beach this morning. Surfboards working just as well as sleighs.
Santa needs to get to his beach somehow.
All part of the annual Surfin' Santas event on Cocoa Beach.
We're excited. We weren't sure what to expect, but there are a lot more people than we expected, but it's amazing.
Not a great day for waves out here in Cocoa Beach, but the people involved in this event, the Santas, say that's not what matters here anyway.
It doesn't matter because it's Christmas and we're getting wet.
Hundreds of Santas riding waves. hoping donations will flow in just as well. The event raising money for local cancer support group Grind for Life and the Florida Surf Museum.
I love things that are fun, festive, and for a good cause, so it's a win-win all the way around.
An estimated 10,000 people showing up just to watch and dress up.
I saw everybody else was dressing up and having costumes and stuff, and I wanted to do something fun and stand out a little bit.
Getting everyone in the Christmas spirit.
Everyone's Santa Claus today, so keeping the spirit alive.
In Cocoa Beach, Lyra Greenberg, Fox 35 News.
What an awesome Christmas Day story, right? That's my type of Christmas, being on a beach. All right, this next top story I have for you. A house in Colorado inspiring a little Christmas joy and a lot of love. Reporter Ashley Michaels has the full heartwarming story.
Well, we wanted to put a smile on your face and show you all of the people who come out and see Christmas lights as part of their holiday tradition, and we ended up catching a pretty special moment. The lights are hung in perfect straight lines. They shine all season long.
High electricity bill. Definitely.
But maybe a little bit brighter on Christmas Eve.
I haven't seen the ones where the roof is so detailed.
Hundreds drive by and drop in for a visit to the Highlands Ranch Gingerbread House each Christmas.
We have families that come by year after year.
And while the lights are guaranteed to be spectacular, you just never know what else you'll see.
I didn't expect the carolers either. It was just at the right time, wasn't it? And I can't even believe that they know the words to that particular song. Santa Claus is coming to town. Nobody knows the lyrics anymore. It's so wonderful.
This house has become a Christmas Eve tradition for so many.
We got our matching pajamas on tonight. We're going out looking at Christmas lights and make cookies and get ready for Santa, huh, buddy?
For kids young and young at heart.
So I'm from California, but I'm stationed in San Antonio, Texas with the United States Air Force, and I came up here to spend Christmas with my girlfriend.
And for a house that looks like it's made of frosting and candy canes.
I like the Noel up there.
No one expected it could be this sweet.
So you're an absolute gift to God to me. You're the biggest blessing I've ever had in my entire life. And there's no other woman I want to spend the rest of my life with. Kayla, would you marry me? Yeah? Put it on your hand.
Not even the woman who said yes.
Did you expect it?
No.
Yes.
I wasn't expecting it at all.
Oh, I love you so much.
It's the best. It's the best. It's why we do this. This is why we have the house.
It's why he spends thousands of dollars and hundreds of hours making it perfect so his friends, his neighbors, and strangers can make perfect Christmas memories of their own.
I'm trying so hard to keep my hands still.
We just hope that they have a Merry Christmas, and we want this to be part of their Merry Christmas.
Such a great story there. Well, a family finds a special surprise under the lid of baby food, and it's all thanks to a Good Samaritan. Fox's Lauren Steinbrecher takes a look at the kind gesture.
Echo is a busy baby on the go.
Where are you going?
Like any 8-month-old.
Oh, she has the camera.
She's one of 5 kids in this family.
She's growing like a weed.
While Echo grows, so does the family's shopping list.
Running through diapers like crazy.
After a grocery run to Smith's Saturday, from Echo's favorite snack fell something unusual.
Hey, Caleb, there's paper just fell out of here. And he's like, well, was it a coupon, And he comes over. I'm like, no, there's money in it.
$30 cash, Antasia K says, wrapped in a note.
It says, Merry Christmas. While in a very tight situation last Christmas, some very generous strangers helped us in a similar way.
The random Good Samaritans write they are now overjoyed to help.
We have certainly been here and know how challenging and wonderful this time of life can be.
Challenging for sure. What these note writers didn't know, Caleb was recently laid off, and starting Christmas Eve, Antasia has no paycheck thanks to the government shutdown.
I just barely start this job, and then we get shut down. It's kind of hard, especially with when you have like five kids.
Even if it is $30 for them, this unexpected bit of holiday spirit,
I was just like, wow,
is bringing this family some cheer just in time for Christmas.
We're hoping we get the chance to say thank you.
Yeah, I was like, we'll bake them a pie.
A little feel-good holiday story there. Okay, this next top story, a spectacular spectacular Christmas tradition you can eat. That sounds like the kind I would like for sure. Fox Matt McDonald has more on the delicious decoration.
Lollipops, candy canes, and oh, so much gingerbread.
It takes almost 40 days baking of gingerbread cookies.
Grand America's head pastry chef Xavier Baudonnet and his team put together Utah's largest gingerbread house every year. But the December tradition actually starts in the summer.
I do my sketches, drawing in July 1st.
Inspiration comes from travel, world events, and head pastry chef Xavier Baudonnet's home country of France. This year, there's even an Eiffel Tower.
I have to bring a team of 12 people, 6 in the morning, 6 in the afternoon, non-stop for 15 days to building. When you have everything ready.
2,500 pounds of flour, 1,500 gumballs, 250 pounds of dark chocolate. It all comes together to create a masterpiece inspiring thousands of smiles.
You feel good when you see the eyes shine, you know.
It's like snow.
It's hard to know where to look. The icing-clad roofs, lollipop-lined ledges, or the stacks of presents made of chocolate. But no matter where you look, it's all something you could eat, though you might not want to.
You're going to break a teeth right now because it's dry out.
The gingerbread house will remain on display at the Grand America Hotel until New Year's Eve. Matt McDonald, Fox 13 News, Utah.
All right, everyone, Sky Fox is live over the scene of the train derailment right here in Phoenix, Arizona. We'll continue to take a look at it when we return. Welcome back to News Now. Sky Fox is live over the scene of a train derailment. 24th Street and Air Lane. Our very own Rick Davis was at the scene moments ago. We aired the replay right here on News Now on Fox 10 Extra. He was live on our YouTube stream. Remember, you can always find us on fox10phoenix.com. So the latest Phoenix police, all they're saying so far is it was not a collision. And Union Pacific will provide us more details, most likely later on today. 24th Street will be blocked for at least several more hours. So again, Phoenix police saying it was not a collision. Union Pacific will likely provide us more information later on in the day, and 24th Street will be blocked for at least several more hours. But you see Sky Fox over the scene there just showing exactly how long that train is and kind of the traffic conditions in the area. 24th Street blocked for several more hours, pretty close to the airport. So if you are traveling to and from Phoenix and you're wondering exactly what's going on, why you're being forced to take a detour, that is the situation out there. All right, we're going to be going out to Clearwater, Florida now, where overnight there was an incident where police were ambushed and a suspect was killed. Let's listen in.
Come out and meet them. The subject, Mr. Falana, ended up firing multiple times at the officers from while he stood inside the residence. There are multiple rounds that went in the direction of the officers. Some of them you can see in the vehicle that belongs to Mr. Falana that was right behind where the officers were standing. The officers were not able to return fire. They basically immediately went for cover. One officer had narrowly missed being struck by multiple bullets. He has a fragment of a round that was embedded in his shoe. He has two holes in his pants that look like two of the rounds went through his pants, narrowly missing his leg. From there, Mr. Falana stayed within the residence. In this location, if it's a little awkward, it has an easterly access for kind of a residential area, but there's also a business strip store that's on the western side of the building. So Mr. Falana had retreated back inside of the business. Officers were on the other side, on the western side of the business, kind of trying to provide containment. When Mr. Falana started shooting at them from through the window and then exited through this broken window into the roadway, where officers returned fire multiple times to neutralize the threat. The firearm that you see to my far right here is the firearm that Mr. Falana used to try to kill the officers. It is the firearm that was within close proximity of his body as he continued to move to the point where officers neutralized the threat. The officers involved in this incident were Officer Stephen Buis, a one-year veteran with the Clearwater Police Department and a United States Army veteran who did several tours overseas. Officer Zachary Center, who is a one-year veteran with the Clearwater Police Department but an experienced officer from outside the agency. Canine Officer Robert Main, who is an officer with about 8 years experience, and Sergeant Michael Spitaleri, the canine sergeant, who has about 12 years experience. All four of those officers were the ones that returned fire that morning. We have several other officers who were the subject of being shot at, so we have a significant amount of people that were involved in this incident. The next stage on our investigation, which will take a lot of time because of the large scope of the scene and the amount of information, the video that we're collecting, will take a lot of time to continue on with this investigation. There is a separate and independent investigation being done by the State Attorney's Office into the death investigation of Falana. There is a investigation being conducted by my Criminal Investigations Division. They'll do a comprehensive criminal investigation as well. And then a complete administrative investigation that will be separate, independent, and bifurcated from the criminal case, handled by my Office of Professional Standards to review any administrative issues. It would be very difficult to answer too many questions this early in the investigation, but I am willing to try, and so I will go ahead and open up the floor. And Trevor, you were the first one up.
Chief Slaughter, do you see this as the suspect that was this a planned ambush of police where he was using the woman as a shield to try to lure police in to shoot and kill her?
That is certainly a potential working theory that we were looking at. We definitely need to continue to speak with Ms. Vaughn. We're asking the public's help in locating Ms. Vaughn. She fled the scene as this shooting was going on, and we have not been yet able to locate her. What the plan was is still to be determined. We'll need to talk to her to figure out those things. Whether or not Ms. Vaughn was or was not a willing participant in that, I think it is safe to say that the officers were there on to check the welfare, and I think ambush would be an accurate term when somebody begins firing multiple rounds in a magazine or a handgun that's capable of holding 30 rounds. So we definitely think ambush is an appropriate word to consider at this point.
What kind of gun is that?
I don't have the exact make and model. Obviously, it's kind of an older, kind of a MAC-10 style. It was kind of a popular handgun back in the 80s during the drug wars.
Mm-hmm.
What about the family member that she supposedly reached out to? Has that been verified, and have you guys spoken with her?
Yeah, there are people that we are talking to, and people are still continuing to try to talk to, but they will be very critical. We're hoping that they have heard from her also, and we want to make sure that she's all right as well. She was in the middle of a lot of gunfire that was going on, and we're obviously we're concerned that she might have been hit through this thing as well, but we haven't heard that yet, so we're believing that could possibly not be the case.
But the Facebook or the post that she supposedly made, is that credible? That Van made?
I believe the information we received from the family was credible. At this time, there's no reason not to believe it was credible, and I think it's appropriate to look at Vaughn as a potential domestic violence victim that was wrapped up in a circumstance that maybe was beyond her control.
Have you had any contact with these two before?
I am not familiar with Mrs. Vaughn. We have not had any contact with Mrs. Vaughn, but Mr. Fulano has got a lengthy criminal history for drugs. He's been in multiple kinds of drugs, marijuana, heroin. He's well known for being a drug dealer.
I would imagine. I mean, this ending in the death of a person is not a happy situation for anyone, but I could imagine that you've got to be grateful that this could have been considerably worse, considering what was going to be happening in this ambush.
I think whenever you have that kind of number of rounds that were fired, I think we're grateful that our officers were not hurt. We're grateful at this time that we don't believe any other citizens were hurt. I mentioned the rounds going through the officer's clothing, narrowly missing his leg. So he had 3 rounds that were within taking his leg out. I think that just puts an exclamation mark on how close this was to being, much worse than it is.
There was an individual at the scene that, according to her, the suspect was on the ground at some point when police fired shots, when the suspect was already on the ground. Does this sound correct? And if so, was it the gun still in proximity with him being on the ground?
Yeah, and I think that all of the things you're asked about are things that require a whole bunch of vetting. So it is definitely early in the case, and I want to make sure that I accent that these are all preliminary information we have. But the subject, we have multiple witnesses that described something similar to what you're talking about. They described him still moving while he was on the ground, but potentially moving towards a handgun. This gun this picture was taken. And the yellow tarp that was covering Mr. Fulano's body is just barely outside of frame. So that's how close this firearm is to our suspect.
What kind of power does that firearm have? It looks like it's got attachments to it.
The scene, as you saw probably, is pretty large and expansive, so a lot of these items that we have pictures of we haven't collected and analyzed and done all the late processing, all those things that come with it. But I believe it to be kind of a small handgun round, a 9mm 40 caliber, 45 caliber handgun. So it's a potentially lethal round, the capacity is obviously scary in itself too.
Any sense of how many rounds were exchanged in this? Was this just a shootout?
I think it's fair to describe it as a shootout. He came out with obviously some significant firepower, with significant ammunition at his disposal, and that we responded in kind.
Did you say, Chief, how many times the suspect was hit with gunfire?
No, I can tell you he says multiple times at this point.
So I'm sorry, it looked like were they in the business? Was it one of those businesses where all this happened?
So if you're familiar, you probably saw the front side of the store, the western portion of the store. On the back side, there's another entrance, and there's kind of like one of those resident type things that people maybe live in the back. I'm not sure if he was supposed to be living in the back, but it appears that's what was happening. So you can access the unit from both the east side and the west side. Our officers made contact on the east side initially, and then when he ran out the front, he was able to go from the eastern side of the business to the west side and come out, through the glass.
Do you know what her demeanor was like when the officers were trying to talk to her? Because why would she run?
Well, I think that's only a question that Mrs. Vaughn can answer, why she ran. I mean, if she ran because she was scared because she just saw a big shootout, if she was running because she knew what was going to happen, I don't know. I think the officers, when they got there and tried to engage her in conversation, I think they were very wise. They felt something was just not right. They wanted her to come to them. Instead, she insisted on staying in that threshold of the doorway. Maybe Maybe her intent was to stay there to keep him because she knew what he wanted to do and she was hoping he wouldn't do it. I don't know yet. That's only a question that Mrs. Vaughn is going to answer, and we look forward to talking to Mrs. Vaughn. She very well may be a victim in this whole scenario. She may be a person suffering from spouse abuse syndrome, or she may be somebody who willingly helped to set the police officers up. That's something that only she can answer at this point.
And the officers entered the apartment, in the end went through the threshold. They had their weapons holstered at that time. Did they go in?
The officers didn't go in that apartment. They were outside of the apartment when he started shooting at them, and then they went for cover, and then he ran through to go out the other side. The officers didn't go in to clear that residence till after the situation had stabilized.
So at this time, Ms. Vann is not a suspect. You don't know if she's a victim, but she's a person of interest that you simply want to talk to who's connected with this case.
At this point, I feel most comfortable classifying her as a witness, and I don't person of interest in the sense that she knows what happened from her perspective, and I think she can connect some of those dots. I don't know what was in the mindset of Mr. Falana. I mean, he's got a lengthy criminal history, and drugs never seemed to keep him off the street before, so there's really no reason to attack our officers the way he did. We don't know why yet.
Is there any current warrants out for him? Do you know?
Not that I'm aware of.
And to be clear, those bullet holes are from his gun, right?
Yes. Yeah. That car was parked behind where the officers were initially, and that is from the initial gunfire from Falana.
Have you heard from anybody that lives there that there's a drug problem there? And I heard from one of the business owners that they repeatedly call and it's just there, and they can't get to clean it up or something.
It's an area that's been of concern for us for some time. We've done a lot of work in that area. As I'm sure many people in this room who cover crime on a regular occasion see the same scenario with a person with significant latent drug history. I can only reassure you that the officers are aggressively attacking the drug problem and they're making arrests. But these kind of problems, arrests don't solve your problem. That's just a circular door, and obviously it's a profitable profession for a person like him with no morals. All right, everybody good?
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
If there are updates later on, will that be immediate?
Plenty of top stories to continue showing you here on News Now on Fox 10 Extra. The border wall debate is being overshadowed after the death of an 8-year-old boy from Guatemala, marking the second such incident this month. Fox's Matt Napolitano has more on this story.
The U.S. Customs and Border Protection Agency ordering medical checks on every child in its custody. This comes on the heels of a Christmas tragedy in Texas, the death of 8-year-old Felipe Alonso Gomez from Guatemala. It was his second trip to the hospital. Doctors believed he had the common cold and gave him medication, but Felipe only got worse, and late Monday was taken back to the same hospital.
Just what they must be feeling to have lost their child on Christmas Day.
Texas Congressman Beto O'Rourke says he wants answers.
I'm going to call for an investigation in this latest death that we learned about today on Christmas Day, just to get to the facts, make sure we understand what happened, and to prevent something like that from happening again.
This tragedy bears similarities to the death of Jacqueline Calmaquin, just a year younger than Felipe. She too was from Guatemala, suddenly became sick, and later died in the El Paso area.
We have a little bit of a shutdown because we believe in walls.
Border security is central to the current and limited shutdown of the U.S. government. President Trump standing by his campaign trail promise to get a wall built.
And we believe in borders, and we believe in barriers, and we have a special country. People have to come in through the legal process, not just walk in. We have no idea who they are.
But critics say the wall is ineffective and want better policies, not barricades.
It's because President Trump is demanding billions of dollars for an expensive, ineffective wall that the majority of Americans don't support.
Matt Napolitano, Fox News.
All right, Matt, thanks so much for that update there. We are continuing with our top stories here. This next in the business briefs, Amazon's banner holiday and a behind-the-scenes look at Disney's newest Star Wars ride. I know a lot of people are excited about this preview.
A strong season for holiday retail. According to early data from MasterCard Spending Pulse, 2018 saw the highest holiday sales in 6 years. Overall, shoppers spent more than $850 billion this holiday season. And speaking of record-breaking, Amazon released its holiday sales, saying the record season was driven by device sales. The online retail giant says customers purchased millions more Amazon devices this holiday season compared to last year. More than 1 billion items were shipped for free with Amazon's Prime service.
Alexa, what time is it?
And the number of customers who used Alexa to shop more than tripled this year compared to last year. Disney has released a new video showing off its upcoming attraction, Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. The sneak peek shows 2 Galaxy's Edge rides. In one, you can fly the Millennium Falcon. Also, the Rise of the Resistance ride will put people right in the middle of a battle between the Resistance and the First Order.
And you even come face to face with Kylo Ren.
Star Wars Galaxy Edge opens at Disneyland next summer and at Walt Disney World in the fall. For more, log on to foxbusiness.com. In New York, I'm Christina Parts-Nevelis.
Oh, I know so many people are so excited about the Star Wars things happening at Disney parks. Okay, this next top story I have for you. The spirit of giving could be seen in Las Vegas this week. A 13-year-old boy organizing a drive to collect more than 1,000 shoes for people in need. Fox's Tiana Boehner has the story.
New, used, old, like any shoes.
From sneakers to boots, even some sassy stilettos.
We have people who come and donate us $100 pairs of shoes that are branding from the box, and then we have people that donate shoes that have been their kids' favorite shoes.
13-year-old Kyler Nipper surpassed his goal, collecting more than 1,000 shoes to hand out to the homeless.
I'm basically speechless on how it makes me feel, because it makes me feel amazing.
Kyler started his charity after he was bullied and stabbed because of his shoes.
And then one of our friends gave me a pair of shoes, and I wasn't getting bullied anymore, so I felt amazing. And I wanted other people to feel that way.
On Christmas Eve, the teen got to see how his good deed may change the path of hundreds.
A pair of shoes for them, it could change everything on the dime. It could actually just give them that little more pride where they're going to stand up more into who they are.
Heather Engel runs the Las Vegas Rescue Mission, which feeds about 600 homeless people each night. She was touched by Kyler's story.
When a child speaks, we listen differently. And, it takes a lot for anybody to come out and do something like this. A lot of courage. He's an incredible young man.
And she wasn't the only one. Kyler got some help thanks to the community, Zappos, and the Golden Knights.
Jack England, thank you so much to him.
They want to jump on board because they want to be a part of something so miraculous in a very humble way.
There's been so much support and donations and just so many kind-hearted people that show so much love.
Tiana Bonner, Fox 5 News, local Las Vegas.
Well, despite warnings and dangers, U.S. adults are still skipping the flu shot this year. That may or may not be surprising to hear.
Have you gotten your flu shot yet? If the answer is no, don't feel too badly about it. You're not alone. More than 40% of Americans have not been vaccinated against the flu, and they say, you know what? I don't plan on getting the shot. Despite the warnings, the potential dangers, and last year's record number of flu-related deaths. The survey was done by the National Opinion Research Center at the University of Chicago. Now, people under the age of 45 were the ones who are least likely to get vaccinated. Here are the top 3 reasons why. Side effects. Some think the shot side effects are worse than the flu, but usually it's just a sore arm. People still think they're going to get the flu from the flu shot. The flu vaccine is inactive. It cannot cause infection. The virus is inactive. And 31% say, I don't think it works. Well, it doesn't work every time. It doesn't cover every strain, but the numbers say if you get the flu shot, you are 60% less likely to need treatment for the flu. Remember, last year's flu season was a rough one. Record-breaking 900,000 people went to the hospital. 80,000 people died in the United States. Most of the deaths were in adults older than 65. The flu also killed 180 children and teenagers last year. So it was a rough flu season. It really kicked in January and February and continued into March. So it is not too late to get your flu shot. With your Fox News medical team, I'm Dina Centofanti.
No, did she say flu season can go all the way into March? Make sure you wash your hands, everybody. All right, giving the gift of life. It's what one sister was able to do for her brother this holiday season.
We used to fight quite a bit. I've got some injuries to prove that, she was quite violent.
Bindu Samuel and B.G. Thomas have always shared that special sibling bond. They were each other's only sibling growing up.
She was the bossy one, but she used to boss my friends. I mean, when they were...
I'm very protective of him. That was what we hear from my parents. Anything anybody does to him, I would go and defend him.
Fast forward to 2015, when Thomas was diagnosed with a rare, life-threatening kidney disease and found himself facing several years waiting on the transplant list for a new kidney.
Over the last 3 years, I lost kidney function pretty rapidly, and as recently as November, I had less than 4% function left.
Thomas wasn't going to ask a family member to donate.
I didn't know how to even ask somebody. It's not a straightforward question to ask.
His sister, being a physician herself, stepped up anyway.
That instant click which I got at that time was, this is what God has planned for me. That I should show God's love, which I experience in my life, to my brother by sharing this gift of life to him.
But Samuel lives nearly 10,000 miles away in India, so doctors and hospital staff had to work fast to get the necessary visa and medical tests done to see if the siblings were even a match.
And then obviously the time constraints of coming with, a visa here, that she only can be here in the United States for a certain amount of time.
It was a match, and both siblings had a successful surgery at Baylor Hospital November 29th.
These kidneys do incredibly well, and we encourage everybody to be a willing donor and to be upfront about their kidney disease if they have it, so that they can find somebody to give them this gift.
Giving perhaps the best Christmas gift and making their sibling bond closer than ever before.
There is no better Christmas gift to be exchanged, in my view.
I'm so happy that I could give this gift. It's the best I could do for a brother.
Oh, wow. Such a sweet story there. Okay, we are taking a live look from our Tower Cam, South Mountain camera. Weather conditions, plenty of sunshine out there, a few clouds off in the distance, and a little bit cooler than what we've been experiencing lately. Our high today only expected to be 59. We're pretty much in the 50s all the way until Tuesday. It's going to be a cooler weekend, but the good news is that there's going to be nothing but sunshine, so if you want to get some outdoor activity in, it will be great. All right, we're going to continue with our top stories from across the country, because that's what we do here on News Now on Fox 10 Extra. Turns out this next top story, a California business ran by a former gang member is not only working to keep the earth clean, but also assisting ex-felons who are looking for work after they're released from jail. Fox's Rob Roth takes a look at Very Cool, a company that produces shipping boxes and containers.
Here in this factory in Livermore, workers are not only making packing boxes and shipping containers, they're also helping save the environment. And in many cases, this job is also helping to save them. Welcome to Very Cool, where about half the people you see working here have been in jail or prison.
Drug dealer.
just got caught up.
When Kyle Parker got out of jail for dealing, no one would hire him.
Do the background check, that's it. It'd be over.
But he got a second chance at Very Cool, and he's been there for a year and a half.
I love the people. Man, it's a blessing. It's just a real blessing to be here.
The founder of Very Cool, Daryl Job, knows how hard it can be for an ex-con. He is one.
My first day in getting jumped in a gang, it was in North Richmond. Within 2 hours later, I was in my first shootout.
Job says he was homeless at age 13, dropped out of school, ran with gangs in Richmond, and was locked up 3 different times. But that was then. Now he's an entrepreneur starting Very Cool. The company manufactures packing containers for perishable items.
It is 100% recyclable. We have multiple product lines, 100% compostable.
His product lines include coolers, not the environmentally damaging styrofoam kind, but ones that are 100% recyclable and reusable.
I seen something that was inevitable happening in the market. Styrofoam, polystyrene is going to be banned. It's happening all over. I think we revolutionized it here in the West Coast. And understanding the bans, now you have to have a replacement.
The business is growing, but perhaps best of all is hiring people no one else will. People like Corey Venzin, who spent 3 years behind bars.
Then I didn't want to get a job. I didn't want to go to school. I didn't want to do anything. I just wanted to be a kid and have stuff given to me. Now I feel like I got to earn it. But when you earn it, it feels better.
This system that we have of this perpetual recidivism that we have with, incarceration, we need to stop.
Very Cool isn't stopping here. Plans are to build plants on the East Coast and in the Midwest, and to hire people in need of a second chance. In Livermore, Rob Roth, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
Very cool. Not very cool. All right, a holiday treat like none other. An ordinary home in California turns into an elaborate gingerbread house experience. The homeowners went all out for the first time this year. Normally when you see elaborate holiday displays, it's the people that do them over and over and over again. This one a little different. Fox's Ali Wolf shows us the unexpected display built with recycled materials.
This holiday season, 6 p.m. is a magical time on Shoveler Drive in Suisun City. Music, lights, and incredible creativity on display for the whole neighborhood.
Awesome, just the experience to see this, it's just awesome.
Dressed in their unicorn hats, Kaylin and her sister Katie were dazzled by the big reveal. What do you think of all that?
Love it.
It's the debut of Aaron Sinsel and Vincent Tuncionco's masterpiece, V&A's Gingy House. They say the idea sprouted about 3 years ago.
It was a joke. We joked, we should do something. And jokingly we said, yeah, like a gingerbread house.
That joke soon became a serious project. The outcome, a whimsical escape for neighbors during the holiday season, and they're qualified for the task. Aaron has a background in graphic design, props, and scenery. And what you may not notice when you look at the display, everything is either environmentally friendly or recycled. So this donut is a pool float. These right here are Tupperware, and this lollipop is actually a recycled pumpkin pail from Halloween. And it doesn't end there.
So here we have some recycled pool noodles.
Pool noodles are transformed into lollipops and candy canes. And the actual gingerbread backdrops, well, they're made of Suisun City Mayor Lori Wilson's campaign signs.
I said, that is the perfect material for us to use.
Aaron reached out to the mayor after she won the election.
Is there any chance I could maybe have one? So she gave us all of them.
And the mayor came by on Christmas Eve. On Christmas?
This is about Christmas. This is about creativity.
City Council member Mike Segala came to thank Aaron and Vincent for the sweet treat for their neighbors. Aaron and Vincent say they do it to spread joy.
Yeah, that is what makes us keep going to continue doing this on a daily basis.
In Suisun City, Ali Wolf, Fox 40 News.
How cool. The pool float, the Tupperware, but most importantly, the political signs. Give them another purpose, right? Something else they can be. All right, well, a Georgia veteran looking to start again after a fire leaves her and her children homeless on Christmas. Fox's George Franco reports.
It was a Christmas Eve text from a neighbor telling her her house had burned to the ground. Yakita Hunt returned to her Meriwether County house to a home now gone.
About 1:30 in the morning, my neighbor
sent me a text message to tell me that the house was burning down.
She arrived from Charlotte, North Carolina, where she had been staying with family and visiting friends for Christmas. Her home in Gay, Georgia is now a burnt shell. Memories, mementos, and necessities gone.
Uniforms are here, like all my mementos, a lot of my plaques and medals from the military, all of that.
Ms. Hunt says she lives in the house with her 2 children, ages 10 and 12, and Spice, her service dog, who helps with PTSD from her time serving in the Army in Iraq. Ms. Hunt told me the fire struck on the anniversary of her retirement from the military, Christmas Day 2012.
You know, when you come home, you have a lot of stuff that you have to deal with, and sometimes things are a little harder than you expected.
Meriwether Fire Rescue tell Fox 5 News the cause of the blaze is undetermined and foul play is not suspected. Ms. Hunt says she moved to Meriwether County in 2013 and opened a nail salon. She's been making a go of it as a single mom in the home granted to her, she says, by the charity Operation Home Front. Friends have started a GoFundMe to help the veteran hit hard by this unexpected Christmas blaze.
I would love to rebuild. I would love to be back here because I like the space, but I don't know.
Ms. Hunt says for now she will return to North Carolina and the comfort of family and friends. Thankful no one was hurt in this devastating fire. In Meriwether County, I'm George Franco, Fox 5 News.
Thanks so much for that update, George. The good news there, nobody was hurt. Instead of Santa, thieves break into a single mother's home on Christmas Eve. The burglars ransacking the house and stealing presents right from under the Christmas tree. Fox's Jacqueline Schultz reports from Atlanta.
The victim says she can't believe that thieves would go this low, and police say they targeted her on Christmas Eve.
For a person to rob you on Christmas Eve is a coward.
Mother Starlet Wheatley spent Christmas in tears. Police say on Christmas Eve, thieves ransacked her home and stole practically everything under the tree meant for her 6-year-old girl.
And I think it's wrong to do for someone that you see as a child.
Monday afternoon, Starlet says she was at work when her alarm company let her know
they used a hammer to knock it in.
Someone was breaking into her Northwest Atlanta home off Arno Drive and Hollywood Road. She rushed home to find police there. Starlet found fingerprints all over her window, her rooms ransacked, and her TVs, electronics, and designer shoes taken, and the bottom of the Christmas tree cleaned out. More than a dozen presents gone.
I'm uncertain why I'm a target. Everyone sees it's just me and my daughter.
This is the second time her home has been hit by burglars. Her parents now getting an alarm system for the home. Starlet has a message for the thieves who stole her little girl's Christmas.
I wonder, do they have a heart? Do they care?
No word from police on who the thieves could be. If you have any idea who they could be, you're asked to call Atlanta Police or Crime Stoppers. Reporting in Northeast Atlanta, Jacqueline Schultz, Fox 5 News.
Hopefully they catch whoever is responsible. A tragic Christmas morning accident as a volunteer firefighter is struck and killed on her way to a call. Fox's Brad Satin spoke with the young woman's colleagues who are remembering her as a member of their close-knit family.
Just a beautiful person. Beautiful.
Remembering 21-year-old firefighter Natalie Dempsey. Yesterday, it was a Christmas tree prominently displayed in front of the Mizpah Volunteer Fire Department. Today, it was black and purple bunting in honor of a young life lost on Christmas. Natalie left her home just after 6 a.m. to respond to a call of a chimney fire, but on the way to the station, her Honda lost control on Landis Avenue, struck a guardrail, and she was killed. Returning from the fire, the crew went to the crash scene, not knowing at first it was Natalie.
When I was walking up, I knew the car, and I noticed who it was.
The fact that this happened today is just heart-wrecking.
Natalie was about to become the fire company's vice president.
This was her first step, and she worked hard to do everything. She made sure buildings were clean, trucks were clean. I mean, she knew what she wanted to do and had a smile that could light up her room and could cheer up anybody.
Even when she was sick, she was running calls. The other day she wasn't feeling good. She showed up here in her pajamas and everything, ready to go to a call. That's Natalie.
Her boyfriend says her calling was to help people.
She just didn't want to stop with the firehouse. She wanted to serve her country more than anybody else, you know, and so she wanted to become in the National Guard. She was one of a kind, you know. She's the love of my life.
Her uniform was placed in front of a fire truck, and her helmet tonight was given to her family as lights and sirens blared in tribute. Her uncle echoed the sentiment that this third-year firefighter died doing what she loved.
Natalie loved what she did, and we always heard her Natalie stories and how much fun she had with you guys and loved going on the calls. She's our little hero now.
Just a beautiful person. Beautiful.
Remembering 21.
Keeping a very close eye on the stock market, the big board, Dow Jones Industrial today, amidst the government shutdown that continues. Lots more green on that big board than there is red, currently up about 390 points above that 22,000 mark. So a lot of people feeling optimistic, at least in terms of the U.S. economy. Well, believe it or not, 50 years ago, 3 NASA astronauts embarked on a journey that would take them round the moon and back. The Apollo 8 mission proved the performance of the command and service module. The historic mission launched on December 21st, 1968 to demonstrate a lunar trajectory and was the first crewed launch of the Saturn V rocket. Just this Christmas Eve, Frank Borman, Jim Lovell, and Bill Anders, actually, it was on Christmas Eve 50 years ago, they were the first humans to orbit the moon and the first to see an Earth rise above its surface. NASA produced this video that I'm going to show you right here next on News Now.
Listen to the words of 3 men flying around the moon.
We are now approaching lunar sunrise, and for all the people back on Earth, the crew of Apollo 8 has a message that we would like to send to you.
Well, Apollo 8 originally was an Earth orbital mission exercising a lunar module, but the lunar module was way behind.
We had intelligence information that the Russians were going to put a man around the moon probably in December of 1968.
The people in NASA had come up with the idea of moving Apollo 8 to a lunar orbital mission.
Why don't we send the command service module of Apollo 8 to orbit the moon, and we can learn a lot about the communication system, the navigation system, how the moon's gravity would affect the orbiting spacecraft, look for suitable landing spots.
So we had to condense into 4 months what usually took a year to 18 months of training. Everybody was motivated. Everybody was dedicated. And the basic idea was to beat the Russians to the moon. That was a political goal that was set by President Kennedy, and we were all determined to beat it.
Apollo 8 developed a lot of attention. It filled a big square in preparation for later Apollo flights.
Well, I got into the big Saturn V. This would be the first time that man had actually launched on a Saturn V. So I thought to myself, after this 4 months of heavy training, I said, you know, I'm actually going to go to the moon.
The engines are on. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Well, the Saturn V still is the most powerful machine ever made, and for 17 missions, it flew perfectly.
We have cleared the tower.
We had orbited the Earth, first of all, to check our spacecraft out. Then, when everything was fine and the spacecraft looked fine to go to the moon, we lit the third stage for a second time.
Trajectory and guidance are go, over.
We could actually coast all the way to the moon.
And after a while, you could look back and see the Earth getting smaller and smaller.
Apollo 8, this is Houston. Roger. Good to hear your voice.
People on Earth tend to call the far side of the moon the dark side, but that's a misnomer. On our flight, the moon was between the Earth and the sun, and the far side was lit by the sun.
We saw the far side. You know, we were like three school kids looking into a candy store window, I guess, just staring at the unnamed craters as they slowly passed us by.
We were busy shooting pictures of the lunar surface for lunar landing sites for upcoming lunar landings. And then suddenly I looked out the window and here was this gorgeous orb coming up, and I thought, holy moly.
And there over the lunar landscape was the Earth. The Earth was beautiful. It was the only thing in the whole universe that had any color.
I had fought to have a long lens and color film. I didn't have a light meter, just banged off a dozen or so pictures, changing the f-stop each click.
I put my thumb up to the window of the spacecraft, and I could completely hide the Earth behind my thumb. The Earth is a mere speck in the Milky Way galaxy. Look what we have here. Water and an atmosphere. We're orbiting a star just at the proper distance to absorb that star's energy. God has given mankind a stage upon which to perform. How the play turns out is up to us.
For all the people back on Earth, the crew of Apollo 8 has a message that we would like to send to you. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, let there be light. And there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good. And from the crew of Apollo 8, we close with good night, good luck, a Merry Christmas, and God bless all of you on the good earth.
It's important for America to be at the forefront of space exploration. That drives technology. One of the important facets of the Apollo program was the coordination and the organization of the American industry to achieve a great goal. That we need to be a world leader, not just on the Earth, but in space.
When we return here on News Now, we are going to get the update from Sioux Falls, South Dakota on this Christmas Day tragedy. One person is dead after a plane crashed into a neighborhood. We'll be right back. All right, everyone, we're in a commercial break on TV, but I'll have the latest out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Very, very quick news conference here in just moments. We're continuing to watch this video out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. A Christmas Day tragedy. One person is dead after a plane crashed into a neighborhood. Authorities arriving at the scene last night to find 4 homes damaged. Firefighters evacuating those homes and several others nearby because of fire and smoke. Officials say the person who died was on the plane. The National Transportation Safety Board being called in to help investigate the crash. There was a very brief news conference this morning with the latest details. Let's listen in.
Saw the flames, but I don't know how many and who they were.
This might be a question for Chief Pfeiffer. Do we know if those homes, that specifically the 2 that were significantly damaged, will they be livable again?
Yeah, I believe those 2 structures will be livable again. They'll definitely take some reconstruction, but they will be livable.
Is there any concern for any of the other homes that might have felt shaking or something like that during the impact?
I don't believe so at this time. I mean, but I can't really answer that one, to be honest with you.
How do you respond to a fire at a plane crash? And what kind of specific challenges does that present?
Well, you know, initially on this one, there was a lot of flame. You're dealing with the fuel load. So initially, we respond like we do to any other fire. It comes in as a full fire alarm. We respond and take care of whatever fire we can right offhand. And then from there, like in an instance like this, it goes into scene preservation and control.
The fire was out relatively quickly.
Yep.
What do you attribute that to?
Well, it happened actually close to one of our stations, not too far away, so they were able to arrive on scene fairly quick and get a knockdown on the fire fairly quick. So it was within the first 10 minutes or so that the fire was knocked down.
Any concerns about like an explosion or anything like that on board, anything like that?
I can't answer that one right offhand.
Well, this is a different fire than most of the fires that you guys fight. Usually, it's a structure. Did you guys know that you were called on that? Or did you knew when you rolled up on it, okay, we got something a little different from most fires that we deal with?
Oh, definitely. When they rolled up on scene, they realized it was different than most others. But it all falls into the same tactics and specialties that we work within, and just go in and start knocking down the fire and preserving the scene.
Are you guys surprised that only 2 people died in this crash and no one else in the neighborhood was injured in spite of the crash?
Well, as I said earlier, we are all pretty lucky in the respect that no homes were directly impacted, but there was some damage, and it was a sad situation.
How long were you with Sioux Falls Fire Rescue on scene?
I believe we've had crew on scene overnight along with PD. The primary thing that we're there for is fire watch to make sure nothing flares up again on the homes that were affected.
You concerned about too many looky-loos coming up there or anything like that might contaminate the...
Well, I think that's the primary thing the PD's taking care of, is the cordoning off the area so that it is safe.
All right, we'll continue to follow that story there out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Well, If you are in the high country here in Arizona, me and Ron Hoon were talking about it at the beginning of the show. Some people did get a white Christmas across Arizona. This was the scene in Flagstaff. Hey, regardless of where you were, if you had a white Christmas, if you've got some cool pictures that you want to share with us, News Now is on social media, and we are a part of Fox10Phoenix.com, so you can find us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, and we would definitely love to see some of your pictures and videos of, you know, some unique, a little bit different pictures and videos than we're used to seeing here in Arizona. But look at all that snow there. Beautiful sight regardless, especially compared to the valley down here. A little bit of a different sight. Well, believe it or not, today might be a day that you are going to the retail stores to do some returns, right? Taking another look at Capitol Hill here. Let's watch an AZAM segment from this morning about some return policies.
Here's a question. Did you get any sweaters that you can't leave the house in? Maybe it's an ugly sweater, or maybe some shoes for Christmas you just can't stand.
Or things that, you know, aren't great. Maybe, and you want them to be great.
Maybe it's the wrong color. You like the fit, but wrong color.
Or maybe it's the wrong fit. Maybe it's a sweater that's amazing. Steph got me a great Gap shirt. It's like a flannel shirt.
It was a medium.
Really nice. It was a large.
It kind of cuts right into your bicep.
Right into my armpit. So I said, honey, I love this shirt. I need a larger size. So I'm going to be out here eventually where Carmen is, breaking down the return policies, checking out where I can and can't. See, Carmen, you know, you feel me, right?
Yeah, I'm laughing because you just said, you know, whenever your shirt's just a little too big in the armpits, that's really a thing. I like that. I've actually bought some sweaters, too, for myself, and I'm just like, gosh, why did I do that? But anyway, guys, so yeah, that's the big thing that we're talking about this morning is talking about return policies. A lot of those big stores, they're actually extending their return policies, which is really good for us. For some of us that may have gotten a very ugly Christmas sweater from old Aunt Susie, who just can't seem to shop for anyone, let alone really herself. So let's talk about how we can get some of those gifts returns. Some of those big items that are being returned the most often, according to offers.com, almost 50% of us will head back to the store to return a piece of clothing. That sweater that's just really not flattering, like Troy just mentioned a little bit earlier. How about some tech gifts too? We all know that those seem to be sort of a big return as well. This is just saying that basically, when it comes to return policies, which stores are the most lenient. So we want to know what stores you could actually make it through with their return policies. So Amazon and Macy's, you have until January 31st to return gifts. That's purchased between November 1st and December 31st. Target and Walmart, the most unopened items can be exchanged or returned for a full refund, but that's within 90 days. Bed Bath & Beyond, also very popular. If you have the original receipt, you have an entire year. And same goes for places like IKEA as well. Now, Kohl's, Nordstrom, Costco, they seem to have the most lenient return policies, if they have one at all. There is no firm return policy, so there's good news there. There's no time frame for any of those returns, of course, unless it's an electronic. So, clothing, definitely something that you might really want to try to check the return policies or save the receipt if you were given one in a gift to return those as well. Electronics, though, sort of a big thing. If somebody gifted you, I don't know, an iPod Nano, those are really old. You probably don't want that. I switch that out for,
I like
for
my
an
iPod Nano.
Air or
I still
Carmen,
use it.
what? Carmen's calling out
your face
the
when you talk
iPod
about-
Nano.
Yeah.
Or what about the shuffle?
You have one of those?
Remember, they don't make
I
the
do.
shuffle anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's small. It's little.
Troy,
it's a
this
Nano.
is worse than I thought. Oh, goodness, you're making me sweat. No, but last thing that I wanted to mention was that if you can, just head over to fox10phoenix.com. We have a little tab. It's seen as on TV, and we'll have all return policies and things like that for some stores here, just to help everyone out that is looking to return some of those items that they don't want.
My Nano even has
A lot of great advice from Carmen this morning on AZAM, but the best way to avoid a situation like that is to just give gift cards. That way your friends, your family don't end up at a store afterwards or trying to figure out exactly what they need to do. Looks like more clouds are coming in here to the valley, taking a live look from our tower cam on South Mountain, and you can see downtown Phoenix way off off in the distance over there, but it looks like the blue skies might be diminishing. We might be getting some more cloud coverage. We're expecting the 50s here in the valley for quite some time, which everybody knows. For us, that's cold or cooler, right? Hey, there's probably still plenty of Christmas trees out there in homes across Arizona. And our very own Renee Nelson was on AZAM this morning talking to us about some tree recycling, exactly what you can do. So let's watch.
When you have a real Christmas tree, if you do have one, you like the real trees,
Yeah, we have a
Did
real
you have one?
Yeah, we have a real one.
Are you touching it now and all the needles are coming off?
No.
It's still good?
It's still good.
Really? But I bet maybe yours is starting to dry out. Time to get out of the house. There are several places you can drop off your tree starting today.
And Renee is live with that. Hey, Renee.
Hey, guys. Yeah, I bet Celeste waters that tree on a daily basis. That thing is probably as pristine as when she brought it home.
And then I dug
But if
into the
yours
side of
isn't?
it with like a screwdriver, you know, to kind of allow more. Like,
yeah, good for you.
Good point that you're making there. I'll get back to that as well. So if you've got one of those Christmas trees, it's getting brittle, it's time to come down before it's a fire hazard. You've got plenty of places to take it today. And starting today, you can actually take it to any city park in Phoenix, like this one, or at Sereno Park right here. And you can drop off trees, you can drop off wreaths anytime. Starting today, that's going to run through Sunday, January 6th. Now, you want to bring that tree or that wreath unbagged. You don't want it still in the bag or anything. Of course, you need to remove a tree stand if you've got that attached to your tree. That seems obvious. You don't want it bagged, so don't put it into a bag and leave it. And like Celeste said, sometimes people will put a screw in there to try and get the tree more hydrated. You want to take all of those out as well. So you are actually able to bring up to 2 Christmas trees. So if you're one of those people that has multiple, you can bring 2 Christmas trees to any park here and drop it off. And so up to 2 of them for City of Phoenix residents. So it's a really cool program. But Phoenix residents may also bring their trees to A to Z Equipment Rentals and Sales, also until January 6th, but you want to make sure it's during business hours. That's 9 to 4. There are 2 locations in the valley that you can find those at. Now, I don't see any trees out here right now, but I think it is the day after Christmas, so...
Well, Renee, you're in the middle of the park.
Still sleeping in.
So here's the deal. It's not right off the curb, right? You can't just like pull it up and then like on the curb and then toss your tree out. There are designated areas.
Yes. I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
usually there's a parking lot or something. It is great. There was one down by us too, and by the end of it, the trees are piled up high, and then they make them into mulch.
Yeah, they do. Good deed. And you know, Renee, I don't put a screw in it. I use the screwdriver, and I just put a hole in it.
Thanks for clearing that up.
I didn't want City of Phoenix people to think that I put a screw in my tree. I screw like screwdriver.
Well, some people do.
That's interesting.
So you're supposed to remove those.
Maybe,
I know.
maybe they keep it held up tile. Maybe they screw the base into it or something.
Maybe that's what it's for.
Like the tree stand.
I went with the fake tree, guys. I forget all the tricks of the live trees, and so I just
those
put
are
mine in a
easier.
box.
Artificial's easier, and they're beautiful. You don't have to mess with the lights.
I had to mess with the lights today.
Oh, you had to?
Or this year.
You did?
Ours is like 20 years old. It's great. But we've used it for 20 years. So, like, you know, now it's
That's a really good tree to last you 2 decades.
Well, it's up for a month.
That's true. That's a really good tree to last 2 decades. I haven't had a real tree in years myself either, but there is a lot of maintenance. There's a lot of things that you've got to do with them. So thank you to Renee on AZAM this morning, just talking to us about some recycling options, especially in the city of Phoenix. Well, look, speaking of Phoenix, we're on the I-10 eastbound live at 67th Avenue and Arizona Department of Transportation, or ADOT camera for short. Look, traffic is picking up, everybody. So if you had Monday off, you had yesterday off, maybe even today off, well, some people might have to return to work on Thursday or Friday because it looks like people are heading home after the Christmas holiday and just trying to get back to normal. A little bit of a gap, though, ahead of the New Year holiday celebration as well. So 2018 wrapping up nicely. When we return here on News Now, we will take a look at some of the social and tech trends of the year. We'll be right back. Welcome back to News Now. We are taking a live look at the White House. Still have holiday decorations up there, and it looks like plenty of sunshine in our nation's capital. And the reason we are taking a look at the White House right now is because in just moments here, we are going to be playing President Donald Trump's remarks in the Oval Office yesterday. That's right, from Christmas Day. He actually spoke to reporters right before video conferencing with U.S. troops. We'll have that for you in just moments. But every year, this is the time of year we like to kind of look back and reflect on things that we witnessed, things that we liked, disliked. So let's watch this morning segment on AZAM with Vincent Orlick talking about social media and tech trends. He was with Celeste Rodriguez and Troy Hayden. Let's watch.
We're taking a look back at 2018, and we're also taking a look forward into 2019 when it comes to tech and social media trends.
So joining us right here in studio, Vincent Orlick, and he's going to talk to us about these. Hey, good morning to you.
Good to see you, man.
Nice to see you.
You too. Okay, so let's look back at 2018. What do you see as some of the big stories in tech?
Some personal news. First of all, I'm not deleting Facebook.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. No, I'm not. I'm not going along with the trend that 2018 seemed to bring of deleting social channels, but particularly Facebook. That was a big one. Was tech companies getting called out on the carpet?
Yeah.
Even going in front of Congress. For the first time, we've seen
for leaking data, right? And also taking paid like Russian money in elections.
Investigations, sort of hearings on all that type of thing, determining what the role was with these companies. Some of them, I would say that Mark Zuckerberg going in front of Congress for Facebook didn't come out really all that well. Meanwhile, the Google CEO just did the same thing and kind of looked a little better. I would say in the whole aspect of those hearings. But it's going to be interesting to see where we go in 2019 with that. And then, we have so many different things. Amazon had a lot of different news this year.
So I don't even mean to joke about it, but it's like they're slowly taking over every segment of the economy and commerce that they want to now. And so getting this other HQ, this headquarters, was a massive bidding and giveaway war almost with different cities.
Yeah, and look, Phoenix and Tucson. Tucson was actually a little more famous because they sent a cactus.
A big saguaro. Yeah.
To Amazon and they were ruled out early. Phoenix actually, former Mayor Greg Stanton came out early and said we won't be necessarily going after this. It's not in the best interest of the city. And I was happy to see that. I do think that in the end they came down to New York and DC, the DC area. I honestly feel like they just, and this is kind of the thinking along the way, is that they already had those sites picked out. It makes sense for them to be on the West Coast.
That would not be cool if they did that and put everybody through it. I'm sorry, we're almost out of time.
Yes.
So what out of these last three, pick one.
Let's do electric scooters.
Yeah, those are huge.
Here in Phoenix, they're huge in the Tempe area, down at ASU area. There's a whole lot of.
Well, cities now are passing ordinances that they can only be left in certain areas because they're right in the middle of the road or on the corners, and they're kind of a nuisance.
And even at ASU, they banned them on campus. You can still use them around the campus, but just there's specific spots on campus you can't use them. It actually shuts down. The scooter will shut down and not let you ride it.
Because they confiscated a bunch of them, right?
Oh yeah, they're impounded.
$800,000 or something crazy.
We'll see what happens in.
All right, Vince, we're going to have you back in a little bit.
Great.
So sorry we wrapped you up so quickly, but later on in the show we're going to have you back. Yeah, those scooters. Look, they need to have an area where everybody parks them, and then you ride them. When I was in Toronto, it's what they have with bicycles. You ride them from one area where you park them and lock them in to the other area you parked them and locked them in. You didn't just leave them in places.
Yeah, you'll find them in.
I haven't been on one of those scooters just yet. The bikes, the scooters, there's tons of ways to get around town. Okay, taking a live look at the stock market. The big board, Dow Jones Industrial, currently up 514 points. Haven't exactly bypassed the number that was dropped on Christmas Eve when it was only half a trading day, when we dropped 650 points-ish in that area. So we haven't quite regained the losses just yet, but more green than red on the big board today, which is good news financially wise and economy wise. Taking a live look at the White House one more time. That's because when we return here on News Now, we will listen to President Trump's Christmas Day remarks from the Oval Office.
they're raising interest rates too fast. That's my opinion, but I certainly have confidence. But I think it'll straighten. They're raising interest rates too fast because they think the economy is so good. But I think that they will get it pretty soon. I really do. I mean, the fact is that the economy is doing so well that they raised interest rates, and that's as a form of safety in a way. President Obama didn't do much of that. Much easier to run when you have no interest rate. He had a very low interest rate. We have a normalized interest rate. A normalized interest rate means a lot. You know, it's good for a lot of people. They have money in the bank, they get interest on their money. For many years, nobody got interest on their money. So, but I have great confidence in them. I have great confidence in our companies. We have companies the greatest in the world, and they're doing really well. They have record kinds of numbers. So I think it's a tremendous opportunity to buy. Really a great opportunity to buy. I can't tell you when the government's going to be open. I can tell you it's not going to be open until we have a wall, a fence, whatever they'd like to call it. I'll call it whatever they want. But it's all the same thing. It's a barrier from people pouring into our country from drugs. It's a barrier from drugs. It's a barrier. You know, there's a problem in this world today. It's called human trafficking. Human trafficking is one of the hard to believe problems, and we're not going to let that take place. We are working so hard to catch these traffickers. They're bad people. We can't do it without a barrier. We can't do it without a wall. So you have drugs, you have human trafficking, you have illegal people coming into our country. We can't do that. We don't know who they are. In the caravan, 618 people were very bad, in some cases, criminals. Wanted for very bad. You saw the one man, he said he was wanted for murder. I don't want them in the country. The only way you're going to do it is to have a physical barrier, meaning a wall. And if you don't have that, then we're just not opening. Yesterday I gave out 115 miles worth of wall. 115 miles in Texas. And it's going to be built, hopefully rapidly. I'm going there at the end of January for the start of construction. That's a big stretch because we're talking about 500 to 550 miles total. It's a 2,000-mile border, but much of it has mountains and region where you can't get across. So we're looking at between 500 and 550. So we gave out 115 yesterday, and we gave it out at a great price. So we're going to have Great Wall there, and we have other sections to give out. One other thing people don't understand or know or whatever, but they might as well, is because they're not really told. We've renovated massive amounts of very good wall that was good but was in bad shape. And so you don't have to replace it, but you have to renovate it. And we've renovated a massive amount of wall. And in addition to that, and I think very, very importantly, we built a lot of new wall. So it's all being built. The new piece, the new section is very, very exciting, what's going on there. And you'll see it, because in January I'm going there. We're almost having a groundbreaking. It's such a big section. It's probably the biggest section we'll get out. So while we're fighting over funding, we're also building. And it's my hope to have this done, completed, all 500 to 550 miles, to have it either renovated or brand new by election time. Okay? Who did that go to? Different people. Highly bid. Yeah.
Mr. President, is the 5 billion number, is that concrete not?
Well, you have to understand that's complicated because we're getting $25 billion. It's already approved. But that's for everything. That's for Homeland Security. That includes, as we say, the bells and whistles. We have a lot of drones, a lot of everything in there. Plus, we have some wall money in there. But we want the wall money to be increased because I want to finish it. But what people have to understand, it has been strongly started. A lot of areas, if you look at San Diego, it's now almost complete. And interestingly, it's California, which has been difficult to deal with because of the governor. Very, very difficult to deal with. But the people of San Diego came and they wanted the wall built. In fact, I was going to build it last, but then I determined, let's build it. They really wanted it built. Because if I built it last, they'd all be screaming for a wall. And you don't hear that. But the wall is beautiful. The job they've done is fantastic. So San Diego is largely built. It'll be completed very shortly. But they came to us, the people, and they were asking, they needed border protection. People were walking through Mexico right into San Diego, right over people's front lawns, by the hundreds and by the thousands. And they came to us, they asked for a wall. The only thing that's going to stop that, a drone isn't going to stop it. High technology is not going to stop it. The only thing that stops it's a wall. And when the Democrats talk about a wall, doesn't mean anything. Well, in Israel, they had a big problem. They put up a wall. 99.99% of the people were stopped from coming in. And we'll have the exact same thing. Now, we have a long, long border, but we'll have the exact same thing. Now, there may be the case of an Olympic champion who can get over the wall, but for the most part, it's you're not able to do it. Very high. It's going to be 30 feet. Much of it is 30 feet high. Some of it's lower. But in some areas, we have it as high as 30 feet. That's high. That's like a 3-story building. So we're making great progress on renovation, on fixing, and we're making great progress on building new wall. And most excitingly, we gave out our largest section yesterday, and that work is starting next week. And we'll have it completed fairly quickly.
And what's your message to federal workers who have been impacted by the shutdown in some way? They're not going to pay or not?
Well, I think they understand what's happening. They want border security. The people of this country want border security. You know, it's not a question of me. I'd rather not be doing shutdowns. I've been at the White House, and I love the White House, but I wasn't able to be with my family. I thought it would be wrong for me to be with my family. My family's in Florida, Palm Beach, and I just didn't want to go down and be there when other people are hurting. But it's going to all work out. But many of those workers have said to me and communicated, stay out until you get the funding for the wall. These federal workers want the wall. The only one that doesn't want the wall are the Democrats, because they don't mind open borders. But open borders mean massive amounts of crime. I mean, the Democrats don't want it because they don't want open borders. And yet every one of those Democrats approved the wall, or a fence, or very, very substantial barriers. Every single one. I don't think there's one, but let's assume, let's use the word almost everyone approved a wall or a fence, or exactly what we're talking about, as little as 3 years ago. But over the years, every one of them. The only time they went against it, there was only one time when Donald Trump said, we want to build the wall. As soon as I said I want to build the wall, they were all against it. It's like, take another example. Take Comey. Everybody hated Comey. They thought he did a horrible job. The Democrats hated him. They were calling for his resignation. They were calling for his firing, including Schumer, including Nancy Pelosi, until I fired him. And once I fired him, everybody said, oh, why did you fire him? Why did you fire him? Take a look at some of these people. This is what we're doing now. Take a look at some of these people. Literally, the day before I fired him, they were saying he should be fired. As soon as I fired him, they said, oh, what did you fire him for? That was a terrible thing to do. It's a disgrace what's happening in our country. But other than that, I wish everybody a very Merry Christmas. Thank you very much.
All right, everybody. That was President Trump in the Oval Office yesterday. That's going to do it for us here on News Now on Fox 10 Extra. Again, my name is Pilar Arias. Thank you so much for joining us. News Now continues online, youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix. We'll see you then. right, those of you still with us on the stream, I'm actually going to start that replay again. President Trump in the Oval Office ahead of video conferencing with troops. The entire clip, about an hour and 26 minutes long. So again, we're going to watch the replay right here on News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. Headphone viewer in the YouTube chat like, awkward. No, that was not awkward. I had to smile for TV, and then once that was over, I had to turn around. Okay, so again, I'm going to start that replay for you from the Oval Office right now.
They're raising interest rates too fast. That's my opinion, but I certainly have confidence, but I think it'll straighten. They're raising interest rates too fast because they think the economy is so good. But I think that they will get it pretty soon. I really do. I mean, the fact is that the economy is doing so well that they raised interest rates, and that's as a form of safety, in a way. President Obama didn't do much of that. Much easier to run when you have no interest rate. He had a very low interest rate. We have a normalized interest rate. A normalized interest rate means a lot. You know, it's good for a lot of people. They have money in the bank. They get interest on their money. For many years, nobody got interest on their money. So, but I have great confidence in them. I have great confidence in our companies. We have companies the greatest in the world, and they're doing really well. They have record kinds of numbers. So I think it's a tremendous opportunity to buy. Really a great opportunity to buy. I can't tell you when the government's going to be open. I can tell you it's not going to be open until we have a wall, a fence, whatever they'd like to call it. I'll call it whatever they want. But it's all the same thing. It's a barrier from people pouring into our country from drugs. It's a barrier from drugs. It's a barrier. You know, there's a problem in this world today. It's called human trafficking. Human trafficking is one of the hard to believe problems, and we're not going to let that take place. We are working so hard to catch these traffickers. They're bad people. We can't do it without a barrier. We can't do it without a wall. So you have drugs, you have human trafficking, you have illegal people coming into our country. We can't do that. We don't know who they are. In the caravan, 618 people were very bad, in some cases, criminals. Wanted for very bad. You saw the one man, he said he was wanted for murder. I don't want them in the country. The only way you're going to do it is to have a physical barrier, meaning a wall. And if you don't have that, then we're just not opening. Yesterday I gave out 115 miles worth of wall. 115 miles in Texas. And it's going to be built, hopefully rapidly. I'm going there at the end of January for the start of construction. That's a big stretch because we're talking about 500 to 550 miles total. It's a 2,000-mile border, but much of it has mountains and region where you can't get across. So we're looking at between 500 and 550. So we gave out 115 yesterday, and we gave it out at a great price. So we're going to have a great wall there, and we have other sections to give out. One other thing people don't understand or know or whatever, but they might as well, is because they're not really told. We've renovated massive amounts of very good wall that was good but was in bad shape. And so you don't have to replace it, but you have to renovate it. And we've renovated a massive amount of wall. And in addition to that, and I think very, very importantly, we built a lot of new wall. So it's all being built. The new piece, the new section is very, very exciting, what's going on there. And you'll see it, because in January I'm going there. We're almost having a groundbreaking. It's such a big section. It's probably the biggest section we'll get out. So while we're fighting over funding, we're also building. And it's my hope to have this done, completed, all 500 to 550 miles, to have it either renovated or brand new by election time. Okay?
Who did that go to?
Different people. Highly bid. Yeah.
Mr. President, is the $5 billion number, is that concrete, not
well, you have to understand that's complicated because we're getting $25 billion. It's already approved. But that's for everything. That's for Homeland Security. That includes, as we say, the bells and whistles. We have a lot of drones, a lot of everything in there. Plus, we have some wall money in there. But we want the wall money to be increased because I want to finish it. But what people have to understand, it has been strongly started. A lot of areas, if you look at San Diego, it's now almost complete. And interestingly, it's California, which has been difficult to deal with because of the governor. Very, very difficult to deal with. But the people of San Diego came and they wanted the wall built. In fact, I was going to build it last, but then I determined, let's build it. They really wanted it built. Because if I built it last, they'd all be screaming for a wall. And you don't hear that. But the wall is beautiful. The job they've done is fantastic. So San Diego is largely built. It'll be completed very shortly. But they came to us, the people, and they were asking, they needed border protection. People were walking through Mexico right into San Diego, right over people's front lawns, by the hundreds and by the thousands. And they came to us, they asked for a wall. The only thing that's going to stop that, a drone isn't going to stop it. High technology is not going to stop it. The only thing that stops it's a wall. And when the Democrats talk about a wall, doesn't mean anything. Well, in Israel, they had a big problem. They put up a wall. 99.99% of the people were stopped from coming in. And we'll have the exact same thing. Now, we have a long, long border. But we'll have the exact same thing. Now, there may be the case of an Olympic champion who can get over the wall, but for the most part, it's you're not able to do it. Very high. It's going to be 30 feet. Much of it is 30 feet high. Some of it's lower. But in some areas, we have it as high as 30 feet. That's like a 3-story building. So we're making great progress on renovation, on fixing, and we're making great progress on building new wall. And most excitingly, we gave out our largest section yesterday, and that work is starting next week. And we'll have it completed fairly quickly.
And what's your message to federal workers who have been impacted by the shutdown in some way? They're not getting paid or not?
Well, I think they understand what's happening. They want border security. The people of this country want border security. You know, it's not a question of me. I'd rather not be doing shutdowns. I've been at the White House, and I love the White House, but I wasn't able to be with my family. I thought it would be wrong for me to be with my family. My family's in Florida, Palm Beach, and I just didn't want to go down and be there when other people are hurting. But it's going to all work out. But many of those workers have said to me and communicated, stay out until you get the funding for the wall. These federal workers want the wall. The only one that doesn't want the wall are the Democrats, because they don't mind open borders. But open borders mean massive amounts of crime. I mean, the Democrats don't want it because they don't want open borders. And yet, every one of those Democrats approved the wall, or a fence, or very, very substantial barriers. Every single one. I don't think there's one, but let's use the word almost everyone approved a wall, or a fence, or exactly what we're talking about, as little as 3 years ago. But over the years, every one of them. The only time they went against it, there was only one time when Donald Trump said, we want to build the wall. As soon as I said I want to build the wall, they were all against it. It's like, take another example. Take Comey. Everybody hated Comey. They thought he did a horrible job. The Democrats hated him. They were calling for his resignation. They were calling for his firing, including Schumer, including Nancy Pelosi, until I fired him. And once I fired him, everybody said, oh, why did you fire him? Why did you fire him? Take a look at some of these people. This is what we're doing now. Take a look at some of these people. Literally, the day before I fired him, they were saying he should be fired. As soon as I fired him, they said, oh, what did you fire him for? That was a terrible thing to do. It's a disgrace what's happening in our country. But other than that, I wish everybody a very Merry Christmas. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I'll meet with them, sure. I'll always meet with them. And hopefully we're making progress on the funding of the wall or barrier, whatever you want to call it.
So what happens in January when Democrats take the House? They say they're going to pass a bill.
Well, then it's probably presidential harassment, and we know how to handle that. I think I handle that better than anybody. And there's been no collusion. After 2 years, no collusion. There has been collusion, but it's been by the Democrats. But there's been no collusion. And you're talking about millions and millions and millions of dollars of wasted money. There's been absolutely no collusion, but there has been a lot of collusion by the Democrats with Russia and with a lot of other people that maybe they shouldn't have been dealing with, including very dishonest people. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Send them some of those pictures. Make sure she gets you some pictures. Okay? Your wives will be very impressed. Thank you, fellas.
Yes, you can bring it. Come this way.
I appreciate it. And the country appreciates it. Merry Christmas. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Terry, do you still have confidence in Secretary Mnuchin?
Yes, I do. Very talented guy, very smart person.
What about the Fed chair versus the Fed chair?
Well, we'll see. They're raising interest rates too fast. That's my opinion. But I certainly have confidence, but I think it'll straighten. They're raising interest rates too fast because they think the economy is so good. But I think that they will get it pretty soon. I really do. I mean, the fact is that the economy is doing so well that they raised interest rates, and that's as a form of safety, in a way. President Obama didn't do much of that. Much easier to run when you have no interest rate. He had a very low interest rate. We have a normalized interest rate. A normalized interest rate means a lot. You know, it's good for a lot of people. They have money in the bank, they get interest on their money. For many years, nobody got interest on their money. So, but I have great confidence in them. I have great confidence in our companies. We have companies the greatest in the world, and they're doing really well. They have record kinds of numbers. So I think it's a tremendous opportunity to buy. Really a great opportunity to buy. I can't tell you when the government's going to be open. I can tell you it's not going to be open until we have a wall, a fence, whatever they'd like to call it. I'll call it whatever they want. But it's all the same thing. It's a barrier from people pouring into our company, into our country from drugs. It's a barrier from drugs. It's a barrier. You know, there's a problem in this world today. It's called human trafficking. Human trafficking is one of the hard to believe problems, and we're not going to let that take place. We are working so hard to catch these traffickers. They're bad people. We can't do it without a barrier. We can't do it without a wall. So you have drugs, you have human trafficking, you have illegal people coming into our country. We can't do that. We don't know who they are. And the caravan, 618 people were very bad, in some cases, criminals. Wanted for very bad. You saw the one man, he said he was wanted for murder. I don't want them in the country. The only way you're going to do it is to have a physical barrier, meaning a wall. And if you don't have that, then we're just not opening. Yesterday I gave out 115 miles worth of wall. 115 miles in Texas. And it's going to be built, hopefully rapidly. I'm going there at the end of January for the start of construction. That's a big stretch because we're talking about 500 to 550 miles total. It's a 2,000-mile border, but much of it has mountains and region where you can't get across. So we're looking at between 500 and 550. So we gave out 115 yesterday, and we gave it out at a great price. So we're going to have Great Wall there, and we have other sections to give out. One other thing people don't understand or know or whatever, but they might as well, is because they're not really told. We've renovated massive amounts of very good wall that was good but was in bad shape. And so you don't have to replace it, but you have to renovate it. And we've renovated a massive amount of wall. And in addition to that, and I think very, very importantly, we built a lot of new wall. So it's all being built. The new piece, the new section is very, very exciting, what's going on there. And you'll see it, because in January I'm going there. We're almost having a groundbreaking. It's such a big section. It's probably the biggest section we'll get out. So while we're fighting over funding, we're also building. And it's my hope to have this done, completed, all 500 to 550 miles, to have it either renovated or brand new by election time. Okay?
Who did that go to?
Different people. Highly bid. Yeah.
Mr. President, is the 5 billion number, is that concrete, not
well, you have to understand that's complicated because we're getting $25 billion. It's already approved. But that's for everything. That's for Homeland Security. That includes, as we say, the bells and whistles. We have a lot of drones, a lot of everything in there. Plus, we have some wall money in there. But we want the wall money to be increased because I want to finish it. But what people have to understand, it has been strongly started. A lot of areas, if you look at San Diego, it's now almost complete. And interestingly, it's California, which has been difficult to deal with because of the governor. Very, very difficult to deal with. But the people of San Diego came and they wanted the wall built. In fact, I was going to build it last, but then I determined, let's build it. They really wanted it built. Because if I built it last, they'd all be screaming for a wall. And you don't hear that. But the wall is beautiful. The job they've done is fantastic. So San Diego is largely built. It'll be completed very shortly. But they came to us, the people, and they were asking, they needed border protection. People were walking through Mexico right into San Diego, right over people's front lawns, by the hundreds and by the thousands. And they came to us, they asked for a wall. The only thing that's going to stop that, a drone isn't going to stop it. High technology is not going to stop it. The only thing that stops it's a wall. And when the Democrats talk about a wall, doesn't mean anything. Well, in Israel, they had a big problem. They put up a wall. 99.99% of the people were stopped from coming in. And we'll have the exact same thing. And we have a long, long border. But we'll have the exact same thing. Now, there may be the case of an Olympic champion who can get over the wall. But for the most part, it's you're not able to do it. Very high. It's going to be 30 feet. Much of it is 30 feet high. Some of it's lower. But in some areas, we have it as high as 30 feet. That's high. That's like a 3-story building. So we're making great progress on renovation, on fixing, and we're making great progress on building new wall. And most excitingly, we gave out our largest section yesterday, and that work is starting next week. And we'll have it completed fairly quickly.
And what's your message to federal workers who have been impacted by the shutdown in some way? They're not going to pay or not?
Well, I think they understand what's happening. They want border security. The people of this country want border security. You know, it's not a question of me. I'd rather not be doing shutdowns. I've been at the White House, and I love the White House, but I wasn't able to be with my family. I thought it would be wrong for me to be with my family. My family's in Florida. Palm Beach, and I just didn't want to go down and be there when other people are hurting. But it's going to all work out. But many of those workers have said to me and communicated, stay out until you get the funding for the wall. These federal workers want the wall. The only one that doesn't want the wall are the Democrats, because they don't mind open borders. But open borders mean massive amounts of crime. I mean, the Democrats don't want it because they don't want open borders. And yet every one of those Democrats approved the wall, or a fence, or very, very substantial barriers. Every single one. I don't think there's one, but let's assume, let's use the word almost everyone approved a wall or a fence or exactly what we're talking about as little as 3 years ago. But over the years, every one of them. The only time they went against it, the only time they went against it, there was only one time when Donald Trump said, we want to build the wall. As soon as I said I want to build the wall, they were all against it. It's like, take another example. Take Comey. Everybody hated Comey. They thought he did a horrible job. The Democrats hated him. They were calling for his resignation. They were calling for his firing, including Schumer, including Nancy Pelosi, until I fired him. And once I fired him, everybody said, oh, why did you fire him? Why did you fire him? Take a look at some of these people. This is what we're doing now. Take a look at some of these people. Literally, the day before I fired him, they were saying he should be fired. As soon as I fired him, they said, oh, what did you fire him for? That was a terrible thing to do. It's a disgrace what's happening in our country. But other than that, I wish everybody a very Merry Christmas. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I'll meet with them, sure. I'll always meet with them. And hopefully we're making progress on the funding of the wall or barrier, whatever you want to call it.
So what happens in January when Democrats take the House? They say they're going to pass the bill.
Well, then it's probably presidential harassment, and we know how to handle that. I think I handle that better than anybody. And there's been no collusion. After 2 years, no collusion. There has been collusion, but it's been by the Democrats. But there's been no collusion. And you're talking about millions and millions and millions of dollars of wasted money. There's been absolutely no collusion. But there has been a lot of collusion by the Democrats with Russia and with a lot of other people that maybe they shouldn't have been dealing with, including very dishonest people. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Send them some of those pictures. Make sure she gets you some pictures. Okay? Your wives will be very impressed. Thank you, fellas.
Yes, you can bring it. Come this.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas, everybody. Are you guys ready? Merry Christmas. Hello and Merry Christmas, very special people. Thank you very much. There's no greater privilege for me than to serve as your commander. And you know that. Being commander-in-chief of what we're building, what has been built, but what we're building is something really very special. You're part of the greatest fighting force in the history of the world, the U.S. military. I'm thrilled to speak to you on behalf of our country for this beautiful and representing this beautiful Christmas day in the United States. I know it's a great sacrifice for you to be away from your families, but I want you to know that every American family is eternally grateful to you, and we're holding you close in our hearts, thoughts, and prayers. We're all praying for you. We love what you do. We love your work. You're amazing people. From Andersen Air Force Base in Guam, I want to welcome the soldiers of Task Force Talon. Lieutenant Colonel Johannes Castro, I understand that as part of the unit's asset protection responsibilities, Task Force Talon played a critical role in securing and protecting assets and personnel when Typhoon Tutu struck earlier this year. I heard it was a big one of the biggest. That was one of the strongest storms ever to hit a U.S. territory, in fact, and we want to thank you for the incredible work. Everybody's talking about it. They're all very grateful, so thank you for that incredible work. I also want to welcome the Marines from Attack Squadron 223. Known as the Great American Bulldogs, your squadron faced adversity before deploying when Hurricane Florence struck your home base at Cherry Point. Yet the Bulldogs were ready to go, and within 48 hours of arriving in Bahrain, the squadron was flying combat missions. You were back very quickly. Since then, you delivered thousands of pounds of ordnance against ISIS. Lieutenant Colonel Weinman, these achievements are a lasting credit to the unstoppable tenacity of the Bulldogs, and I just want to thank you all. That was a great job you've done, and I know it's a great job you will be doing for a long time. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Joining us from Bahrain is Captain Benjamin Albritton, Chief of Staff of Naval Forces Central Command. Captain, the 5th Fleet and our combined maritime forces strike fear into the adversaries by projecting the awesome strength of American power. Our mighty naval forces are unrivaled anywhere in the world, not even close. And as you know, with our new and very, very increased military budgets, we're building you more ships. We're building a lot of different things for all of our forces. $716 billion. So I know you're very happy. That's a lot of good equipment, and you see it coming already. We're also pleased to welcome the 379th Air Expeditionary Wing from the United States Air Force. The 379th is the largest expeditionary air wing anywhere in the world, performing tens of thousands of daring missions every year. In fact, the 379th flies nearly 20% of all daily sorties and dispenses more fuel than any, if you think of it, of the next 5 Air Force bases combined. That's a big operation. Brigadier General Jason Armagost is the commanding officer, and I want to say Merry Christmas to you and the airmen of the Guard and the Grand Slam Wing. And it is, in fact, when I look at your work, it truly is a Grand Slam Wing. It's a great job, fellas. We really appreciate it. And folks, finally joining us from Juneau, Alaska, are the men and women of the Coast Guard District 17. Lieutenant Matthew Spado is the senior Coast Guard officer on call. In the last year, District 17 has saved 265 lives, assisted more than 600 others in distress, conducted 275 pollution responses, 156 law enforcement boardings, and saved nearly $20 million of property. District 17 proves that the United States Coast Guard is always ready. And I've been saying about the Coast Guard, when I was in Texas, I've never seen anything like it. They saved thousands of lives. The Coast Guard is very special. And if there was ever a score on branding, I think the Coast Guard in this country would have probably increased by the highest score of any group. I'm talking about businesses. I'm talking about anything. The branding of the Coast, because of what you did in the hurricanes. In Texas and in Florida and in Puerto Rico, all over. You were incredible. We want to thank you very much. It was a great job. To every service member listening and to those standing watch all around the world, it is because of your service and your courage and your willingness to be away from the ones you love, that American families can celebrate at home in safety and in peace. It's an incredible thing you do. You're incredible people. On behalf of the First Lady and the entire Trump family, we thank God for each and every one of you. And let's have a little fun now. We'll go around and you can ask me any question you want. That doesn't mean I'll let them do it, but I can do it, okay? So why don't we start with the Army? Lieutenant Colonel John Castro. John?
Mr. President, I'm Lieutenant Colonel John Castro, the commander of Task Force Talon. On behalf of the soldiers, family members, and contractors of Task Force Talon, we wish you a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays from the tropical U.S. territory of Guam. As we conclude a Christmas on this side of the Western Pacific, morale remains high, and our soldiers remain proud to serve our great nation. Along with our joint partners here on Andersen Air Force Base and in the Pacific, our training remains high, and we remain ready in defense, ready to protect our nation as the first line of defense. Sir, Mr. President, no questions from this side.
Well, thank you very much. So, John, how is it going in Guam? How are things going? I've heard it's an incredible place in terms of a military operation. The people are terrific that you work with. But how is it doing in Guam?
So, Mr. President, things are going really well here. You mentioned that the typhoon has been a very active tropical storm season here in the Western Pacific. In addition to typhoons Maria and Manga, that is, you mentioned Tropical Storm U2. They were really active, and actually, that's something we train for and maintain as part of our readiness.
I know when I first became president, the supplies on Guam were very low. One of the first things I heard about, they were really low in terms of virtually every aspect of supply. And now I know you're stocked up to the brim. Is that correct?
Absolutely, Mr. President. We have good reserves and are able to do our wartime missions.
Right. But it is true, it was pretty low for a period of time, right? You had a lot of empty buildings. We filled them up fast.
I imagine so.
Yeah, thanks a lot, John. I appreciate it. Great job. Great job. Thank you. On the Air Force, Brigadier General Jason Armagost. And so, Jason, how's it going?
Great, sir. I'd like to wish you a Merry Christmas on behalf of the 7,000 men and women at Al Udeid Air Base here in Doha, Qatar. And the mission continues. We are working 24/7, 365 on providing global strike, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, airlift and cargo and tanker operations, including defensive space control as well, across the entirety of CENTCOM. It keeps us busy, but we are one of the strategic locations that goes Afghanistan, Iraq, and Syria every day, and the airmen are proud to do so. We also jointly operate here with soldiers, sailors, Marines, and 28 coalition partners as part of the CAOC for command and control. So it's a fascinating operation, but we have taken the time to wish a Merry Christmas back to you and the people of the United States.
So how are they doing in Qatar? How are they doing getting together with Saudi Arabia and UAE? And what's the latest word? You probably know better than anybody, but maybe I shouldn't be asking you that question. How are they doing getting together? You see anything, any signs of hope?
Well, sir, I will say that from within Qatar, as a host, they are fantastic. They take good care of us. They burden share with us. They're helping us to improve our infrastructure and really make this kind of a crown jewel of a base. We don't track necessarily the political followings of Saudi Arabia and UAE with regards to Qatar, but I will tell you they're fantastic hosts. They're great to us, and it's a fascinating place to work and operate from.
Well, that's true, and it is a great place, and it's an incredible base, as I understand it, and we'll get out to see you one day. And thank you very much. Fantastic job. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank
you. So now we have the Navy and the Marines together. And that's the way it should be, right? Together. And that's fantastic. And you're in Bahrain. So maybe I could ask Captain and Lieutenant Colonel, maybe you could say a few words, please.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. President. It's an absolute honor to speak to you today. We really appreciate this call. On behalf of the U.S. Navy and U.S. Marine Corps, and also the U.S. Coast Guard team. We want to wish you a Merry Christmas and best wishes for 2019. I would say no other time in our history are we more united in our operations together here in the Central Command area. We also work with our Air Force brothers and sisters in Al-Udeid to execute our strategy here in CENTCOM. It is absolutely seamless. And you mentioned your opening about airplanes and ships and everything else, but I'll tell you, the real secret factor to our success are our people. I have magnificent sailors like IS-1 Riley sitting next to me, Sergeant Major Bauer. The commitment they have on a daily basis to execute the mission is amazing. And that's the real X factor, and that's what sets our force apart from any other force in the world.
Well, that's true, and I know you do have great equipment being sent there, but there's nothing like the personnel. You have to have people to use it. Plenty of people have good equipment only if they buy from us, because we have the best equipment and we make the best equipment. But I can tell you this, that nobody can use it like us. That's one thing we've seen, and we know it very well. We study it. Nobody uses it like us, so I just want to thank you. Please, go ahead.
Mr. President, good morning. From Sergeant Major Bauer, myself, just wanted to wish you and all the American people, especially our families that are back home holding down the fort, a very, very Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. I can tell you, sir, in your opening you talked about Hurricane Florence and what effect that had on my unit. And I can tell you, all these Marines out here that are doing these, loading these jets, getting them ready for flight every day, I work them hard, 24/7, every single day of the week. And they've done a fantastic job. We couldn't do that without the American people, and especially our families. My wife, Amina, and Sergeant Major's wife, Shelley, and all the families of 223. They have had our back, and they are literally repairing our homes as we speak. I've had over 10 whole families completely destroyed, and it is just it's really representative of what the Marine Corps and what the United States military is all about. Came together as a command and really got the job done. So it's just my pleasure to be here serving.
Well, that's great. And with Bahrain and with Qatar, there's 6 different ways of pronouncing that, from Qatar to Qatar, right? There's many, many ways of pronouncing it. All of them are acceptable. I've said, well, which one? I guess maybe they like me. They say, you can say it any way you want. But, you know, I'm asking them for a lot more money than they've been paying over the years for burden sharing. And those are examples. Those are 2 countries that have the money. It's unlimited money. And we're asking them to put up a lot of money, and they're happy to do it because we're performing a service like nobody in the world could perform. We're keeping them safe. But we don't want to be subsidizing rich countries at the disadvantage to us. So that makes me a little bit different than any other president, because nobody used to ask these questions. And if you look at what's been happening over the years, over many, many years, over decades, it's rather ridiculous. So that's all changing, and that's all good for us. So I just see, I'm going to have 2 perfect examples. We have Qatar and we have Bahrain. You don't get much wealthier, and they're agreeing to do a lot more than they've ever done. And we're going to max out, and that'll be good. That'll be good. That'll be great for our services. It'll be nice when we can ask for a lot less money for our military, because we're right now the policemen of the world, and we're paying for it. And we can be the policemen of the world, but other countries have to help us. And I think everybody up there agrees. So thank you very much from Bahrain. That's great. I love to see you getting together like you are. You've been together for a long time, your 2 groups, and you've had a lot of victories. I have flags in the Oval Office with a lot of stripes from the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, and the Coast Guard. And they all have ribbons. I don't know if the cameras can show you, but they all have, in some cases, hundreds of ribbons from victories. We only put up the victories, but we'll only have victories. But we only talk about the victories. So thank you all very much. That's fantastic. Now we'll go to the Coast Guard. And we just ordered a Coast Guard cutter, an icebreaker, the likes of which nobody's seen before. The bad part is the price. The good part is it's the most powerful in the world, and it can go just about anywhere. The ice is in big trouble when that thing gets finished. It'll go right through it. But it's very expensive, but that's okay. We have to get the best. But you folks are going to be very proud of it, because you've seen it, I'm sure. It's a new design, highest technology. But with all of the technology, it still needs very thick steel when you get right down to it, right? It can be good technology, but you need thick steel. It's like the border wall. We still need a wall. They can have all the drones they want flying up in the air and spinning around and all the technology in the world. It's all, I call it bells and whistles, but if you don't have the wall, it doesn't work. With the icebreakers, you need a lot of steel in those holes. And you have it. It's maxed out, and it's going to be incredible, and you'll get it fairly soon. We gave out the contract, and that's for the Coast Guard. So that's a little Christmas present. We'll call it a Christmas present to the Coast Guard. And thank you for the great job you did. So, Matt, would you like to say something, Matt?
Yes, good morning, President Trump, and Merry Christmas on behalf of District 17 and all the Coast Guard. Surrounded here by some of our watchstanders that stand duty at Sector Juneau, at the Coast Guard District, and also some of the station crews that operate out of a small boat station in Juneau. And we're just here and we're ready for any unplanned events that could be occurring, whether it's search and rescue, the environmental pollution, law enforcement, or any marine safety issues that might pop up. So far, we've had a calm day here in Alaska, and we hope that it stays that way and people stay safe out there on the waters.
So how did you do in Alaska with the recent problem we had with the big, I was a big quake. They say we got lucky. Very few people hurt. Nobody died, and it was big. It hit the proper location, I guess we have to say. How did you do with it? Were you involved much?
Well, in Juneau, Alaska, we did not get much of the experience of the earthquake, but some of our members in Anchorage, they did sustain some structural damage to some of the buildings there. But luckily, there was no injuries to any of the personnel, and everybody seems to be doing okay. Things are coming along quite well.
We got lucky there. It was a really big one, but it hit a area that I guess we were lucky that day. Things got a little bit lucky. Well, I want to wish everybody a really Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year. Just remember, the people in our country, we're very proud of you. The country's doing well. We have a little bit of a shutdown because we believe in walls and we believe in borders and we believe in barriers. And, you know, we have a special country. People have to come in through the legal process, not just walk in. We have no idea who they are. And we're stopping drugs at a record rate, but we need some help, and the help is the wall. We need a wall to help us. Otherwise, they just flow through. No matter what you do, they just flow through. You people know that better than anybody. I know that two of your groups actually built some very effective walls, and the military built some very effective walls for me over the last 4 weeks on the southern border. And we've held them. We had caravans of people coming up. You've been seeing it. And we stopped them. We stopped them cold. And they're heading back. For the most part, they're heading back or they're staying in Mexico. But I will tell you, I know the work you do. And it's been amazing, and it's great. I will see you all. I know I'll meet you all. I'll see you all. But on behalf of the country, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Keep doing the job. We're all very proud of you. Nobody can do what you do. Nobody. And we're very proud of you. And it's my honor to send you all that brand new equipment, whether you get the planes or the ships or the rifles or any of the things you get. You're getting the best in the world. We're even doing a little change in some of the uniforms, to put it mildly, right? Some of the uniforms, I hope you all like them. It's going to mean you have to be in perfect shape to wear those uniforms. That's one thing, but probably that's good. But that's a big change. Hasn't been done in 50 years. And we're buying the new uniforms. They're going to be incredible. You know what I'm talking about, right, General? I see you. So thank you all very much. I appreciate it, and the country appreciates it. Merry Christmas. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Chair, do you still have confidence in Secretary Mnuchin?
Yes, I do. Very talented guy, very smart person.
What about the Fed chair? Who's the Fed chair?
Well, we'll see. They're raising interest rates too fast. That's my opinion. But I certainly have confidence. But I think it'll straighten. They're raising interest rates too fast because they think the economy is so good. But I think that they will get it pretty soon. I really do. I mean, the fact is that the economy is doing so well that they raised interest rates, and that's as a form of safety in a way. President Obama didn't do much of that. Much easier to run when you have no interest rate. He had a very low interest rate. We have a normalized interest rate. A normalized interest rate means a lot. You know, it's good for a lot of people. They have money in the bank. They get interest on their money. For many years, nobody got interest on their money. So, but I have great confidence in them. I have great confidence in our companies. We have companies the greatest in the world, and they're doing really well. They have record kinds of numbers. So I think it's a tremendous opportunity to buy. Really a great opportunity to buy. I can't tell you when the government's going to be open. I can tell you it's not going to be open until we have a wall, a fence, whatever they'd like to call it. I'll call it whatever they want. But it's all the same thing. It's a barrier from people pouring into our country from drugs. It's a barrier from drugs. It's a barrier. You know, there's a problem in this world today. It's called human trafficking. Human trafficking is one of the hard to believe problems, and we're not going to let that take place. We are working so hard to catch these traffickers. They're bad people. We can't do it without a barrier. We can't do it without a wall. So you have drugs, you have human trafficking, you have illegal people coming into our country. We can't do that. We don't know who they are. In the caravan, 618 people were very bad, in some cases, criminals. Wanted for very bad. You saw the one man, he said he was wanted for murder. I don't want them in the country. The only way you're going to do it is to have a physical barrier, meaning a wall. And if you don't have that, then we're just not opening. Yesterday I gave out 115 miles worth of wall. 115 miles in Texas. And it's going to be built, hopefully rapidly. I'm going there at the end of January for the start of construction. That's a big stretch because we're talking about 500 to 550 miles total. It's a 2,000-mile border, but much of it has mountains and region where you can't get across. So we're looking at between 500 and 550. So we gave out 115 yesterday, and we gave it out at a great price. So we're going to have a great wall there, and we have other sections to give out. One other thing people don't understand or know or whatever, but they might as well, is because they're not really told. We've renovated massive amounts of very good wall that was good but was in bad shape. And so you don't have to replace it, but you have to renovate it. And we've renovated a massive amount of wall. And in addition to that, and I think very, very importantly, we built a lot of new wall. So it's all being built. The new piece, the new section is very, very exciting, what's going on there. And you'll see it, because in January I'm going there. We're almost having a groundbreaking. It's such a big section. It's probably the biggest section we'll get out. So while we're fighting over funding, we're also building. And it's my hope to have this done, completed, all 500 to 550 miles, to have it either renovated or brand new by election time. Okay?
Who did that go to?
Different people. Highly bid. Yeah.
Mr. President, is the 5 billion number, is that concrete not?
Well, you have to understand that's complicated because we're getting $25 billion. It's already approved. But that's for everything. That's for Homeland Security. That includes, as we say, the bells and whistles. We have a lot of drones, a lot of everything in there. Plus, we have some wall money in there. But we want the wall money to be increased because I want to finish it. But what people have to understand, it has been strongly started. A lot of areas, if you look at San Diego, it's now almost complete. And interestingly, it's California, which has been difficult to deal with because of the governor. Very, very difficult to deal with. But the people of San Diego came and they wanted the wall built. In fact, I was going to build it last, but then I determined let's build it. They really wanted it built. Because if I built it last, they'd all be screaming for a wall, and you don't hear that. But the wall is beautiful. The job they've done is fantastic. So San Diego is largely built. It'll be completed very shortly. But they came to us, the people, and they were asking, they needed border protection. People were walking through Mexico right into San Diego, right over people's front lawns, by the hundreds and by the thousands. And they came to us, they asked for a wall. The only thing that's going to stop that, a drone isn't going to stop it. High technology is not going to stop it. The only thing that stops it's a wall. And when the Democrats talk about a wall, doesn't mean anything. Well, in Israel, they had a big problem. They put up a wall. 99.99% of the people were stopped from coming in. And we'll have the exact same thing. And we have a long, long border. But we'll have the exact same thing. Now, there may be the case of an Olympic champion who can get over the wall, but for the most part, it's you're not able to do it. Very high. It's going to be 30 feet. Much of it is 30 feet high. Some of it's lower. But in some areas, we have it as high as 30 feet. That's high. That's like a 3-story building. So we're making great progress on renovation, on fixing, and we're making great progress on building new wall. And most excitingly, we gave out our largest section yesterday, and that work is starting next week. And we'll have it completed fairly quickly.
And what's your message to federal workers who have been impacted by the shutdown in some way? They're not paid or not?
Well, I think they understand what's happening. They want border security. The people of this country want border security. You know, it's not a question of me. I'd rather not be doing shutdowns. I've been at the White House, and I love the White House, but I wasn't able to be with my family. I thought it would be wrong for me to be with my family. My family's in Florida, Palm Beach, and I just didn't want to go down and be there when other people are hurting. But it's going to all work out. But many of those workers have said to me and communicated, stay out until you get the funding for the wall. These federal workers want the wall. The only one that doesn't want the wall are the Democrats, because they don't mind open borders. But open borders mean massive amounts of crime. I mean, the Democrats don't want it because they don't want open borders. And yet, every one of those Democrats approved the wall, or a fence, or very, very substantial barriers. Every single one. I don't think there's one, but let's assume, let's use the word almost everyone approved a wall, or a fence, or exactly what we're talking about, as little as 3 years ago. But over the years, every one of them. The only time they went against it, the only time they went against it, there was only one time when Donald Trump said, we want to build the wall. As soon as I said I want to build the wall, they were all against it. It's like, take another example. Take Comey. Everybody hated Comey. They thought he did a horrible job. The Democrats hated him. They were calling for his resignation. They were calling for his firing, including Schumer, including Nancy Pelosi, until I fired him. And once I fired him, everybody said, oh, why did you fire him? Why did you fire him? Take a look at some of these people. This is what we're doing now. Take a look at some of these people. Literally, the day before I fired him, they were saying he should be fired. As soon as I fired him, they said, oh, what did you fire him for? That was a terrible thing to do. It's a disgrace what's happening in our country. But other than that, I wish everybody a very Merry Christmas. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I'll meet with them, sure. I'll always meet with them. And hopefully we're making progress on the funding of the wall or barrier, whatever you want to call it.
So what happens in January when Democrats take the House? They say they're going to pass the bill.
Well, then it's probably presidential harassment, and we know how to handle that. I think I handle that better than anybody. And there's been no collusion. After 2 years, no collusion. There has been collusion, but it's been by the Democrats. But there's been no collusion. And you're talking about millions and millions and millions of dollars of wasted money. There's been absolutely no collusion. But there has been a lot of collusion by the Democrats with Russia and with a lot of other people that maybe they shouldn't have been dealing with, including very dishonest people. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Send them some of those pictures. Make Make sure she gets you some pictures. Okay? Your wives will be very impressed. Thank you.
series of Fox 10.
All right, everyone, sorry about that. We had an accidental news alert come out, but I do have some news to share with you, not necessarily breaking or alertish. Press Secretary Sarah Sanders just took to Twitter to say President Trump and the First Lady traveled to Iraq late on Christmas night to visit with our troops and senior military leadership to thank them for their service, their success, and their sacrifice, and to wish them a Merry Christmas. All right, everyone, if you were watching News Now on Monday, by the way, let's see those hands up emojis if you were. I like to ask questions that get emoji responses. As of right now, the Dow Jones Industrial, the Dow, has regained everything that it lost Monday during its half trading day and then some. I think a lot of people are hoping that the market can keep up this momentum. Plenty of green on the big board today.
Yeah.
happy people out there right now, folks, with how this stock market looks. Dow Jones Industrial currently up around 940 points. Tons more green than the little bit of red on the big board today. All right, everyone. I don't know why the audio is not coming up right here for this news alert. Let me try to do it one more time, though, because we really do need to catch everyone's attention here with exactly what's going on. So,
this is a Fox 10 News Alert.
all right, so a lot of people were asking, hey, what was President Trump there on the bottom right-hand side of the screen? We're getting tape playback of the president in Iraq. It should be starting here any moment. Again, this is not live, but it's the president during his surprise visit to troops in Iraq. Again, this is frozen because it's tape playback. It should be getting started here any moment. Again, everyone, in just moments here, we are getting tape playback of the president in Iraq. It is not live, which is why the picture is frozen right now. Just to clear things up, when we say tape playback, we mean that this is pre-recorded, that it's actually a recorded version of something. It doesn't necessarily mean it's on VHS or tape. All right, everyone, if you're just joining us here on News Now, it looks like they're playing the tape.
We came to Al-Assad to share our eternal gratitude for everything you do to keep America safe, strong, and free.
Sounds like they were just testing the audio, everybody. Should be getting underway here in just a moment.
In mind. We came to Al-Assad to share our eternal gratitude for everything.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is 2 o'clock on the dot here in Phoenix, Arizona. News Now is live on the Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live and on YouTube. Again, we are waiting for what we call tape playback, which means this is not live. The president's remarks in Iraq, surprise visit overnight. First Lady Melania Trump also with him. So again, we are waiting for these remarks that are called tape playback. That doesn't necessarily mean they're on tape. It just means it was pre-recorded. Taking a live look at the big board, Dow Jones Industrial on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. So again, there is no volume right now because it is queued up and it should be played here any moment.
Incredible.
How long do you think the shutdown will last, Mr. President?
Whatever it takes. I mean, we're going to have a wall.
All right, everyone, sorry about that loud noise in your ear. We do not have any control of it. We are hoping that they bring back the tape playback of the president in just moments. If you're just joining us, you can see there the Dow closed up almost 5% today after rising more than 1,086 points. I do believe I might have some additional news on the stock market here for you. I'm hearing it's the index's best one-day percentage gain since 2009. Believe it or not. Got a little bit of jump in viewership while we are waiting for the president's remarks in Iraq. As soon as we have that video, we'll play it for you. Just to let you all know, we do not have an ETA, an estimated time of arrival of these pre-recorded remarks of the president in Iraq. We are expecting them, but they have not provided us an update. So just wanted to give you all a heads up.
know that. The other reason I'm here today is to personally thank you and every service member throughout this region for the near elimination of the ISIS territorial caliphate in Iraq and in Syria. 2 years ago, when I became president, they were a very dominant group. They were very dominant. Today, they're not so dominant anymore. Great job. I looked at a map, and 2 years ago, it was a lot of red all over that map. And now you have a couple little spots, and that's happening very quickly. That's happening very quickly. You'll be seeing that. I want to just say great job. And we'll be watching ISIS very closely in mind. We came to Al-Assad to share our eternal gratitude for everything you do to keep America safe, strong, and free. One more.
Did you have any concerns about coming here today?
Absolutely. When I heard what you had to go through. I mean, look, I had concerns for the institution of the presidency. Because, not for myself personally. I had concerns for the First Lady, I will tell you. But if you would have seen what we had to go through with the darkened plane, with all windows closed, with no lights on whatsoever, anywhere, pitch black. I've never seen it. I've been in many airplanes, all types and shapes and sizes. I've never seen anything like it. We're coming in, and I know all of the things that were surrounding us for safety. So did I have a concern? Yeah, I had a concern. But my bigger concern was maybe the people that were with me, certainly all of them, except I think John Bolton. He's a pretty tough guy. He can handle it, right, John? John can handle it. And by the way, John and I agree on all of this, and I think in mind. We came to Al-Assad to share our eternal gratitude for everything you do to keep America safe, strong, and free. Incredible.
How long do you think the shutdown will last, Mr. President?
Whatever it takes. I mean, we're going to have a wall. We're going to have safety. We need safety for our country, even from this standpoint. We have terrorists coming in. He came back into the military, into the Army because of me, and I'm here because of you. So we have something in common. Thank you, man. That is some great spirit. Yeah, come on. Everybody says that we have a good fire, right? Keep America great.
All right, let's go, guys.
All right, here we go.
Movie stars. Some stronger. Movie stars, you got stronger or tougher, right? Oh, all right. up with Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. Got it. Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks, Jim. Thank you, man. Thank Yes, come on. You want it both? Yeah. Let's go. Look at you. Take it out. Thank you. Thank you, fellas. Thank you very much. Who's the toughest one? Come on, let's go. Thank you. Take care of yourself.
Oh, love it. Perfect.
We would like to invite all other delegates to please remain seated while the media personnel take their photo.
All right, everyone. I'm pretty sure you all can see they were having a few technical difficulties there, providing us that tape playback of the president and first lady in Iraq during that surprise visit with the troops. When and if we get things situated, we'll be sure to play it for you all in full here on News Now, which is a part of fox10phoenix.com.
safety for our country, even from this standpoint. We have terrorists coming in through the southern border. We have the terrorists also coming in, fellas, through the southern border. Because you know why? It was always the easiest. Now, we've made it very tough. But I won't put them on the spot, but I guarantee you they would say, you don't have a wall. You're not going to have, I mean, the folks are saying, can we have some drones? Can we have technology? Technology is bells and whistles. You have to have a wall. You have to have protection. But we have, in addition to drugs, in addition to human trafficking, in addition to mass numbers of illegals who are coming in, many of whom are criminals. You saw that. 618 so far that we found, in some cases very serious criminals, in some cases murderers. You saw that yourselves. It was on your cameras for everybody to see. We need a wall. So when you say how long is it going to take, when are they going to say that we need border security? When are the Democrats going to say? Don't forget, the Democrats all agreed that you need a wall until I wanted it. Once I wanted it, they didn't agree. Steve?
What's your timeline on a new defense secretary?
achieved,
My oh my, it looks like a lot of people actually either went to work today or are headed home after the Christmas break because traffic is picking up the I-10 eastbound at 67th Avenue right here in Phoenix, Arizona.